Hello there.
Welcome, Supersonic Saber Blue Grace. You have the honor of being in.
Hello there. Hello there.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Glad you're here. I forgot to turn my car. Hello. How are things? I hope you're well. I just realized that all of my monitors are broken still. I'm going to get a new computer. And this will all be better, right? Like it'll as soon as I get a new computer, everything, all the problems go away. I'm not wrong in that, am I? Pretty sure that's how it works, is that is if you give money to the computer, it makes it not have any bugs and OBS works perfectly. I'm reasonably certain that's how it goes. Pretty sure. We're gonna be talking about social anxiety. Hope all is well with you. I appreciate that. Hi, Star Blue. Good to see you. Not greeting people by name anymore. Hi, Ransom. Good to see you. Glad you're here. I like your SLS. the old SLS. Spock-like stoicism. Good to see you, Supersonic. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. You're very cool. Thanks to the 7-day stream streak. That's cool. Yeah, the SLS, the Spock-like stoicism. You know, stoicism. Oh, it's a sort of a philosophy where you, in the best form of it, you're basically thinking through things instead of feeling stuff, right? So like a stoic is basically like a person who can have bad stuff happen around them and whatnot, but they don't fall apart. Or actually, for that matter, good stuff's happening. They're not emotional, they're cerebral, and they work through stuff. They let's get through this. We don't need to, you're able to absorb a lot of punishment and a lot of pain. They're able to, not be elated by stuff and get carried away. They're stoic. It's I think a Greek. Is it a Greek philosophy or a Latin philosophy? It's actually worth looking into. Modern stoicism. There are modern stoics, and there's modern stoicism out there where it is healthy. Then like toxic masculinity could also be considered, like bad stoicism. In the way it's like, we have to no feeling and no wrong, we're gonna beat women back. But there's a positive side of stoicism, which is basically choosing to be the strong, choosing to not let your emotion, choosing to not let the situation take over, and being willing to feel it later. Feel it later. That's a good thing. Not everybody can do that. Not everybody should do that. We need the sensitive folks. I 1000% believe that God gifts some people with sensitivity and other people with not sensitivity. And so, good thing. Ryan Holiday puts it across for modern audience, believes stoicism is one of the, it's behind CBT. You know what? Actually, CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, is very much... Yeah, I think there's some overlap in that. It's like a thing happens, or you're thinking through something, and like bad things are happening, or you think someone hates you, or you wonder about why this situation's falling apart, and you start to spiral. You end up basically, with CBT, you kind of go, am I correct? Is my thinking correct? Is this the way that I feel? Like, is the way that I feel matching logic, matching the situation, matching what I believe? Is it correct? Like you take time to think through your thoughts and hold them up to a higher standard of truth, of experience, and to not let yourself get carried away. If you struggle with borderline personality disorder, manic depression, you struggle with depression, or if you struggle with, anxiety and whatnot, one of the coping mechanisms, one of the things they teach you is basically, okay, so how do you, this feeling that you're feeling right now, let's run it through a filter and make sure that it's not taking you apart and it's not wrong. You're not being lied to in your brain. Yeah, it's a good thing. Stoicism by definition, let's go with Ransom's definition, a Greek philosophy of reason and self-control, worrying only about what is within your power and not what is beyond your control. Yeah, there you go. That in a very concise way. Yeah, it's a good thing. Now, stoicism out of control, where it's like, I guess it'd be like I can nothing. Either nothing is within my control, so therefore I don't have to worry about nothing. I guess, or it ends up being I don't need to I won't feel anything ever because nothing matters, or because that's bad. We don't want that. Marcus Aurelius. Yes, I think Marcus Aurelius. He wrote what was his thing? What did he write? Aurelius book name. What was it called? It's called Meditations. Yeah, Meditations. The meditation. So that actually is recommended reading apparently by a lot of people who are trying to process through what they're nailed and emotional and life as a person who's not being getting carried away. That his whole thing. Yeah, it really is. You have no obligation to get angry at what everyone else is worked up about, since it has no power to affect you. That you don't grant it. Yeah, that's Meditations in a nutshell, right? Yeah. Yeah, there you go. See, we're all informed. I've never read it. I have it. I downloaded it. I have it an ebook, but I opened it once and was like, I'm not ready for this. I'm not in the right headspace for this. Oh, I don't know if I should share this with you. I went through a list of burnout questions for pastors. It was so bad. It was like 30 questions. Are you, are you this? Are you that? Are you doing this? Do you feel that? Have you done this? And I'm like, oh no. Should be careful now. Apparently I'm pushing the envelope here. Epictetus. Epictetus. There you go with that. Let's go with Epictetus. Was the originator, but reading him sometimes comes across as cold-blooded. Oh, like he's the OG. He's more like a personal diary with an author trying to motivate himself and thinking logically and impartially. Meditations. It's a diary of sorts, isn't it? Meditations like a diary. Like it's him writing to himself, like a journal. I thought. You get your loved ones as objects, and you don't feel sad when they die. So bad. Yeah. Again, stoicism out of control. Yeah, that's bad. Don't do that. Okay, where's he going with the although? The although I would say is kind of like they have a point, right? They have a point in that especially as a Christian, we don't grieve as those who have no hope. Like, we grieve in a different way than other people grieve, because we know that they've moved on to either a better place, or they've moved on to final judgment, and whatever. It's like we trust God, and therefore we don't grieve the same way. So therefore we process it in a different way. We're not falling apart. Well, at the same time, we're not like worshiping that dead person and whatever that some people do. We process it differently. Today, I was reasonable and level-headed. Hello, today. So, today, everyone ticked me off. Everybody. Nonstop. From morning till night, everybody was stupid. Except me. And I was great. I'm giving myself 5 stars. And then Caesar brought out a new salad. It actually, you know what? You wouldn't think that anchovies and lettuce would go together, but they do. He's like, what if we use the bitter lettuce, like the one that's not as good as iceberg, and what if we add fish, and they're like, wow, actually, yeah, he was an emperor. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he was. 1 star for the team party. No, it's. No, he is the team. Everyone else is just, bit players. Supersonic says, what about those who will no longer see again in heaven? Best family friend, never be seen again. The thing is that's where it comes down, right? So we grieve here, right? We don't grieve. It doesn't say you Christians don't grieve. It just says we don't grieve like everyone else. Right. And so therefore, because we trust God, because we know that his way is best, because we know that he is perfectly just and perfectly gracious and perfectly kind and perfect in what his decisions are, that everybody gets as much time as they need in order to opt in for salvation. Everybody is judged exactly perfectly correctly. Nobody's where they're not supposed to be, because God knows what he's doing. then therefore that allows us to look at people who have died and either go, I'm glad that they're in heaven. They spend eternity with Jesus and they'll be there too. Or that person had every chance that they got. And though I am grieving, right, on earth, I'm grieving the fact that this person it never was saved and is going to eternal damnation. And it's all very bad and sad and scary. When we're in heaven and we're not connected so much to our fleshly emotions or whatever, we're able to see things clearly. In that seeing things clearly, we'll be able to see things the way God does, the way that Jesus does. We'll be able to see eternity and souls and purpose, right? So therefore we'll go, he's not in the wrong, or he or she is not in the wrong place. Seeing what is going on, I understand that their consequences of their sin led them to this. The decisions that they made led them to this. The opportunities they had to get saved, it didn't take. They chose this, right? This is what they wanted. And so therefore you won't, that's where all the tears will be dried. Seneca is also a key thought leader. Mentor to Nero. Don't let criticism of Seneca though. Nero wasn't the embodiments of his teaching by any means. Nero bad. Yeah. He's a key student. Let's not go with him. Nero was bonkers. Although I have heard, someone said, I can't remember who it was. He was one of my kids. It was like, did you hear the theory that they started the fires in Los Angeles on purpose, like the government did, so they could burn down all of the old, sort of impoverished, or the old buildings or whatever, just kind of wipe them all out so that they could rebuild their sort of electric utopia.
Hello there.
Where everybody is running on, like electric cars and all the sidewalks, do whatever. And they're, like that. They're like, we don't have enough room, so we're gonna pull a Nero and just like burn it all down and blame it on someone else. Wow, Shadow, that's too bad, man. Oof. I disagree. I disagree. Strongly disagree with that. Swag's got it. There we go. Go Swag. Yeah, go Swag. Hedonistic. That would have been better. Yeah. Hedonistic. What was a normal Urian like? Less epic, more local. You guys are funny. That's funny. All right. We're going to talk today about social anxiety because, it's a topic. It's something that we all kind of struggle with. A lot of us do anyway. And it is something that I think if we take the time to chew through, kind of, like bring ourselves to a place where we are able to kind of process what it means and things like that, then I think maybe, possibly, we could get some help. There we go. That's a lot better. Classic philosophy wonk. And minor wonk. What's a wonk? What's a wonk? Define wonk. I want that not to be a typo. A person who takes an enthusiastic or excessive interest in the specialized details of a particular subject or field, especially political policy. Wonk. Broadly, nerd. Wonk or wonk. Arcane person. Oh, Merriam-Webster. A person preoccupied with arcane details or procedures in a specialized field. Broadly nerd. I like that. I think that's funny. A real wonk wouldn't use the word nerd. They use the word wonk, right? Let's just be fair. Tell you what, I'm gonna pray real quick, and then you guys can feel free to ask whatever you want, interrupt. I don't think it's gonna end up becoming a video. We're just gonna talk through some stuff, and I'm going to do my best to try to chill and just kind of go through this thing. I think it could be helpful, could not, but let's see. God, thanks for the day. Thanks for your love, and thanks for taking care of us. Thank you for this stream. Everybody who comes, anybody who will come, thank you for your guidance. Pray that you'd help us spiritually, emotionally, socially, relationally, to be able to process this information in a way that is helpful, that we'd be able to push fear aside, but process it in a way that is healthy, to talking about, how we can see fear and how we're not led by our emotions, but at the same time, to feel them and to feel them properly, be okay with that. God, help us find that balance. I pray that you'd help me in my distraction and the weirdness that is my life, that it wouldn't spill over too much into the folks that are here, and that would be able to edify each other, help each other. Thank you. Amen. Let's switch out the music to something that's not so. How are you guys digging the jazz hop? Are you enjoying the jazz hop in the background? It's a little less sleepy than lo-fi. It is lo-fi, like it's not bouncy, but it feels like it's like a little less slow than lo-fi. Hey, yeah, super sorry. So I was watching Donkey play Deltarune, and all of a sudden I was listening to all the in the background. I'm like, I've heard every single one of these because I've never played Deltarune, and because they're all on my stream startup loop playlist. It is they are. It is absolutely a lot of good music, a lot of good music. Good to see you, Joe, man. How you doing? Hope you're well. Let's talk about social anxiety a little bit. I'm gonna hit marker start just in case we actually say something of value. Okay. It's like a game involving Viking living in New Orleans. I don't get it, but that's funny. Because the Delta? Is it because of the locate? Whatever. I don't know. It's, I watched it and it wasn't anything like I thought it was going to be. I really thought that it was just going to be like a standard RPG with bad graphics. And as I'm watching, I'm like, man, there's a lot more going on in this game than I ever thought there was, which I knew there was more to it, but I just thought you had to know RPGs in order to like it. So this week has been difficult, to be honest, Shovey. There have been a lot of stressors and a lot of things out of my control, a lot of things that are bigger than I am that have been, hey, Pills, good to see you, man. Welcome to the stream. A lot that are bigger than I am that I haven't been dealing with very well. Stuff that is, scary and very, very tragic. And I'm like, you think you can get used to this stuff, but you can't. And yet at the same time, like God is still holds us together and God is still giving me a chance to serve. It's just, I feel like I'm behind in everything and letting people down, and the world out there is extremely complicated beyond my. So I like this 4 hours. As my ChatGPT counselor said, this is the one place I feel like I'm in control. I know what I'm doing. I have confidence, and I'm being social, and people are with me and whatnot. Like, this 4 hours is really, really important. Before and after that is a little bit dicey. Discount works. I'm Jesus Saver. Can't chat because Twitch program settings mute me 24 hours after being banned preaching the good news in many channels. Are you not a copy paster? Are you, Pills? You didn't go copy paste a bunch of places, did you? Because those guys are a pain. Don't do that, man. Because you should know, because if you are an evangelist, that evangelism comes primarily from a relationship, right? They have to know you, they have to see you, they have to trust you. Unless you have like a real spiritual gift of evangelism, where like, say, Billy Graham, but even then, he's engendered trust, he's built relationship, he's able to see face to face, and he pushes people towards other pastors and people, right? I got copy paste because I can't spell. Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, I've known people who have gone from stream to stream to stream, copy paste, and what that is, that's spam, right? And nobody on the internet likes spam, and usually, almost always, it is it's not what the person's talking about, right? So they're over here, and someone comes in and just drops a Bible verse or some kind of weird Bible question or something, and it is it's completely out there. So instead of being, hey, let's have a conversation about that because it's appropriate, it's you are trying to be a distraction. You're making it all about you. You're pulling attention away from everybody else, and you're creating some controversy that I don't want here, right? Hey, Baptized, good to see you. Pill says, well, Jesus Saver says, whatever. I'm surprised many Twitch channels have never been preached, like how people do in real life. So many channels, like LGBTQ channels, they all say, out of all my years of streaming, I've never had one person come to my chat and say this before. Well, that's because, people generally spend time with the people that they want to spend time with, right? Like, as in, like, if you are looking for someone to hang out with, you're not going to go to some place that is going to be controversial, where they don't believe what you believe, that, they're going to pull you towards stuff you don't want to be pulled towards, or where it's going to be, uncomfortable or itchy for the whole time. And so therefore, if you're not a Christian and you don't want to be sitting there thinking about religion, then you're not going to go to a Christian stream. Same thing with LGBTQ, right? If you're a Christian and you don't believe that stuff, then going there to a place that is, actively promoting that stuff and it's part of their content, you're going to feel not great. So you don't want to do that in your social life and your time that you're kind of engaging with something to entertainment. So yeah, it makes sense that they wouldn't. And besides, more and more we are siloed in our world, especially on the internet, as we go and find our favorite places, especially when it comes to real life, where we're all at home and we're only seeing the things we want to see. And because the algorithm only feeds us what we want to hear instead of outside sources, and because, especially religion has a really bad reputation. The only thing that you ever hear is negative. It's all a bunch of pedophiles and racists and women haters and all that's what religion is. So therefore, why would you ever go and talk to those people, right? So being siloed everywhere means that it's really hard to kind of cross. And so if you're trying to be a representative, right, Jesus Saves /pills, then if you walk in there and the feeling they get from you is the negative. Oh, look, it's a judgmental person who's coming in and just wants to, convert me for some reason, as opposed to, hey, it's a person chock full of love who I understand and wants the best for me because I understand and trust them. I wonder what they have to say, right? Shadow says, push up glasses. Technically, evangelism is a spiritual gift, as it's listed, not listed in the Bible, and instead of command to all believers. Yes. Okay. Yeah. What is the apostle? We're all supposed to be evangelists, but some people are, well, no, it is. I'm pretty sure it is. We're all supposed to evangelize, but some people are supposed to be, have the spiritual gift of it. It's like hospitality. We're all supposed to be hospitable, but some people are especially, good at it. We're all supposed to be good at administration with our stuff, but some people are especially God gifted at it. That kind of thing. Right? Well, prophecy is another good one. We're all supposed to know our Bibles well and be able to, speak into other people's life when it comes to, Bible stuff. You kind of go, you know what, you're going sideways, and here's the verse, or well done, here's the verse. That is really prophecy. Some people, when they speak, and they have the gift of prophecy, it hits 10 times harder because there's a spiritual, God uses their voice in a unique way because it's their spiritual gift. But it doesn't mean that nobody should be telling other people the Bible, right? John Wesley is who comes to mind for me. He had a good way of communicating the gospel, although there was a huge focus on the method aspects of faith. Well, remember, during the Great Awakening, right, they didn't do anything special. He was just doing his job. They're just doing their job. And then all of a sudden, God just kind of does crazy stuff all at once. It didn't come from doing anything magical. It just came from the fact that they were like, let's pray about this and let's keep going. And the Methodism of, we should write this down and figure out a way that we can do this together and, when we're going to do it, and accountability. That's a good thing. It becomes religion, but at the same time, it came from a good place. Rance says, in places where I moderate, I don't discriminate on content. I'm equally opportunity spam hammerer. Yeah, and I think you should be, right? Like you got to, I'm willing to be distracted all the time about anything ever, right? I'm fine with that. And so therefore, because I'm AMA, we tend to, bob and weave, and it's all good. That's what I'm here for. Love answering questions. But there are very few of me on Twitch, right? There are very few of me on Twitch. Most people are focused. They're trying to do the thing that they're come to do, or the game that they came to play, or the topic they came to talk about, or to talk to the people that they've assembled. They're not there to be pulled aside. You need to be able to do that offline. Pill says it's not all bad. 5% of viewers in the channel. Some actually tag me back and say thank you, God bless. That's only like less than 5%. Yeah, because that doesn't surprise me. Some streamers know they aren't going to listen, but they read on stream. That's all that matters to me. They read it aloud and speak about it. Remember, you aren't necessarily always giving a positive thing. Sometimes you are what's the word? Cauterizing. Sometimes you're cauterizing a conscience in doing that, right? That's the danger of it. So just consider for just a sec that if someone is in a place where they don't see the gospel well, and you come in and you drop without context, just kind of a thing, that instead of making their heart softer, instead of them seeing the gospel, you've actually cauterized or hardened their heart to it again, because now they're seeing it in such a way that it is offensive to them, and it's hard to take. It came out of nowhere. It wasn't given in love. It wasn't given in charity. It wasn't given in relationship. It was someone who was pointing to themselves and all their stuff and they want to build their own followers and whatnot, instead of, being in a place where, I care about you and I care about your eternity. And so it ends up cauterizing them towards a relationship with Christians. It's like, well, yeah, that just tripled down the fact that Christians all care about one thing, and it ain't me, right? They want my money. They want my attention. They want to impress their God by me becoming a Christian. That's all they want. They don't even listen. They don't care about me personally, because every time I talk to them, they ignore me, and then they start yammering on about their own stuff. Like, I don't want to do that. Right? Like there's a chance that that style of love of bombing the gospel could actually be doing more harm than good. Should I stop going to channels and copy pasting the good news? Yes. But what about preachers that go into LGBTQ and are really to preach with a mic and everyone's getting mad? Wouldn't it be the same thing? Yeah, kinda. So it's about invitation. It's about relationship. It's about, trusting the Spirit of God. It's about being timed, right? So for example, when Paul went to the Areopagus, when Paul went into town, when Paul went into the middle of the city, when Paul went into the synagogues, he was invited like every time, or he was in a place where they just did that, right? This is where we go and we talk about stuff like this, and then you should come over here and you should talk about that stuff. He didn't, kind of bang down doors and be like, I'm going to tell you the gospel whether you like it or not. That's what old Paul did. That's what Saul did before he was Paul. He'd go bang on doors and say, your theology is wrong. Get in the paddy wagon. We're taking you to the temple and we're going to beat you until you believe what I believe. That's what that was Saul did, before. And that's not a good thing. So I would say, yeah, those preachers, some of those guys, they're doing it for themselves. They're doing it for their own glory. They're doing it because they want to feel like they are super special and God loves them more. And how do you know God loves you? God loves them more? Well, because I'm super special, because everybody hates my guts. And if you're hated for the gospel, I mean, God loves you more. Like, no, you're just being offensive in the wrong place, and you're cauterizing, you're hardening hearts. You're just making them look worse, right? They're not hearing the gospel. What they're hearing is they're not even hearing something that is like, they're not turning away from the gospel. They're turning away from a person who doesn't represent love or doesn't represent God well. Very Pharisaical, right? Very Pharisaical to kind of stand on a street corner, to look holy, to say holy stuff that has nothing to do with any of the people around you, because you just want to look super religious. That is literally Pharisee. Jesus preaches against that, or he speaks against that. It is very, look inside your, inside the scriptures. Where do you see that? Where do you see that? Sometimes those preachers aren't should be doing that. Yeah. Sometimes they're invited. Like there are people who are invited onto campuses, or they'll stand on a campus and be like, this is Mark, this is where I'm standing here, come over and approach and have a talk. And then they'll, it'll get heated, it'll get crazy sometimes. But it is an appropriate place. That person has put themselves, obeyed the law, respected the thing, and then the conversation get heated. But they didn't just walk in and start offending people. Quiz says some groups consider their stream as a safe space, so the message could be viewed as assault in that safe space, which would just reinforce whatever negative view they have. Yeah, that's true too. So if you walk into a place and say, especially LGBTQ, because many of them struggle with feeling rejection from their parents, from their dad, from society, from religion, whatever. Like, so for example, so maybe they did grow up in school, but all of a sudden they had these, biological urges towards stuff the Bible says is no good, which was super confusing for them. And then, they were actually hurt by the church. And so you walk in there and they, there's among people that are, telling them, they're not talking about that stuff because they're in a safe space. And you walk in there and you just kind of smack them beside the head with the gospel. It's not going to be received as, oh, look at that, I'm going to turn from sin and become a Christian. It'll be seen as, look, it's another person that came in and doesn't listen to me, doesn't care about me, doesn't care about what my thoughts are, doesn't care about what my feelings are, doesn't want to listen to my conversation or argument. It's just somebody who wants to hear themselves talk and use me as an example to and so forget it. Those guys suck, right? Ransom says copying and pasting is a tacit admission that you're not considering your audience as individuals. Very much so. Very much so. It copy paste to different, to Ransom's point, right? If you're copying and pasting, that means you are not walking into a place and going, what's the right way to tell these guys the gospel, right? Like if you look at the gospel, like the Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, right? What's the best way we can present Jesus to the Jews? Well, that's Matthew, right? This is how it's going to be best for them. What's the best way to, speak to the Romans, that are, well, we're going to, Mark, that's what they're going to be able to understand. It was contextualized. And you see that throughout scripture, Jesus or Paul, especially, like if you got to go over here, we better get you circumcised there, Timothy. It's because we want to contextualize. With the Greek, I'm Greek. With the Jew, I'm a Jew. With the, with the rich, I'm rich. With the poor, I'm poor. Like all for the sake of the gospel. That's what I do. And copy paste would be Paul walks into a room and he gives exactly the same speech to exactly the same way to every single person without regarding what culture they're from or what language they speak or where they came from or, what their past is and what their context is. Like he wouldn't copy paste. I don't think preachers themselves copy paste. Like when I speak, I have re-preached a message, because I did all the work and I'm like, oh, the new church and I need a break. So I'm going to grab an old one. But when I'm grabbing that one, I always recontextualize it and think through what it's, I grab that one specifically because I think it'll speak to the church today and let's see what it looks like and make sure that it makes sense to the people that are there. You can't just verbatim that thing. Star Blue says, I like the AMA or opportunities for discussion. It feels like we can fully engage. I respect other Christian communities on here. The vibe feels different, opening up about trials, life experiences, illness, and doubting, like worrying how I'll feel in heaven with unsaved loved ones, which you help me process. To hear answers on those topics are impossible in communities focused on games like Fortnite and less on living and believing as Christian. Yeah, it's two different things, right? It's like saying I went to the movies to watch a movie and I was shocked at how little discussion there was, right? It's like, well, you're watching a movie. There's not a discussion place. You get yelled at if you discuss. Or, I went to a baseball game and I was shocked at how nobody was kicking anything. I can't believe, like it was a ball. Nobody kicked it once, right? It's like, well, that's not that. That's okay. You can be a Fortnite streamer and a Christian and it can be exactly what you're supposed to do. Just that's not me, right? That's not me. Pills says, but so many are doing that, like one YouTube channel like Nicholas Bowling and so many more. But Bible says to spread the good news. How do we know if we should or not? I see at least 50 YouTubers who preach in real life in places they shouldn't too. Yeah, doesn't mean that you should. Just because a lot of people are doing it doesn't mean it's right. And quite frankly, if they're putting it on YouTube and they're doing it in a way that is showing them being offensive and showing them being difficult, then that's probably for their own self-aggrandizement, right? Like Matthew 6, man. And for that matter, if they're showing off how awesome they were, like that's not any better. I don't think that's particularly good. I don't think that's good content. Like if you give to a homeless person, right? Give to a homeless person, and it's like, let's film it and then show how awesome I am. Well, why are you doing that? Oh, I just want to make sure that people see the be encouraged and blah blah blah. It's like, no, just give without seeing. Let God do the convicting. How do we know if we should or we should not? In relationship, within contextualized, through prayer, through patience, through understanding, through sensitivity, through listening to them and figuring out where they're at and trying to commiserate with them and use empathy and sympathy to the place where you're able to discuss the gospel in a way they can understand, from a way that they know that you love them, right? That's how. I don't know if I agree with you, Pastor. That's okay. That's okay. Not to be disrespectful, but the Bible says to go out and preach the good news to all creation. Sometimes new unbelievers, sometimes let the preacher pray for them. But if we all never do that, how will they know the good news? Well, I'm not saying don't ever do it. I'm saying when it comes to when you do it matters, right? When you do it matters. To whom you do it matters. Like even Jesus, like he's like, go to a place and then start talking about the gospel. And when after you've been invited in, go there. Like don't stand in the middle of the place and start yelling. Go be invited in. And if you do that and they don't want to listen to you, shake the dust off your feet and move on. Right? That's the you tried. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. You tried. But the idea that what you should be doing is grabbing, sort of a generic presentation of the gospel and trying to cram it down as many throats as you possibly can without context, without understanding, without knowing who they are, without knowing their situation or anything, and that equals sharing the gospel. I don't agree with you. I don't think it does. Sharing the gospel is sharing the good news, which means that they have to understand it as good news. They have to you have to be able to speak it in such a way that, like Paul talks about, the Bible talks about being salt, being light, all your words seasoned with grace, with if you speak without love, like if you speak without love, you're a clanging cymbal, right? Like you're basically, I would say that you're walking into these chats without love for them, right? Like what's done for love with God, yeah, but not love for them, and you're crashing a cymbal, and they're like, wow, that's annoying. And I think that's 1 Corinthians 13, right? That idea that if you can know all this stuff and you can want to give all this stuff and want to do all this stuff and serve all this stuff and speak all this stuff, but if it doesn't come from a place of love of that person, then you're just going to sound like noise. And that's why I said the cauterization, or the hardening of their hearts happened. Because if you walk into a place and everyone grabs a cymbal and goes in your face, I mean, what you're going to do would be like, I never want to go talk to those people ever, because all they do is crash cymbals in my face. They don't care about me, right? They don't care about me. All they care about is listening to their own stupid cymbal. That ends up being the thing that cauterizes them, right? Cauterizes them. That's the thing. Twitch chat preaching in random channel isn't going to be the same as live preaching in LGBTQ areas. People can't kick you out in public areas, so they can speak away for random channels. We're going to get banned before we even get too close to preaching. I'm a person with social anxiety, and there's no way I can speak well in real life from fear. Man, that those dudes who are standing on street corners, that I would say very few of them are called by God. I'm not saying none of them. Because I've known some street preachers who are super good at it, right? They can speak in such a way people understand. They're in a certain environment, like say downtown Ottawa, they're downtown Toronto, or they're whatever, and so they're contextualizing for the people that are there, and they're presenting in a really interesting way. Like one dude had like a little sign kind of thing, and he was painting stuff to make it look kind of artistic. In downtown Ottawa, that's a big deal. Especially sitting next to all the artsy people, they and so therefore people are coming over. What's going on here? He's creating a curiosity. He's presenting it in such a way that is an invitation. Then they come over And they're like, hey, what's going on here? And he's like, well, I'm I'm doing something cool. I'm trying to present the gospel. Like, do you know the gospel? Do you know Jesus? Do you know about this stuff? And if they're like, no, tell me about it, or no, I don't really know that, or oh, I don't like that kind of stuff. Well, why do you what happened? Right? That they're building a relationship as opposed to shoving holding a sign. I saw another dude just stand there holding a sign. Grumpiest looking dude you've ever seen in your entire life. And he's got like a sign that says John 3:16 in like KJV version. And just turn or burn, something like that. Wasn't that, but the he's standing there on the side of the road and he's just there. And he's just standing there looking grumpy. And I walked by this dude and I waved at him. I'm like, hi. Because I'm a fellow Christian, right? I'm a Christian. I'm one of you. Greet me. The Bible says you're supposed to. Don't come kiss me. That's a contact, but you're supposed to say hello. And I'm waving, and the guy just looks at me. And I'm just looking at him waving. I'm just gonna stand this guy down until he looks at me and waves. And finally he's just like, dude, you are not being salt and light. You are not showing grace. You're not the best representative of the gospel right now, man. Maybe on topic, there's a shooting in Minneapolis at Catholic school with 3 dead. Has there really? And it is off topic, but that doesn't mean we can't talk a little bit about it. Man. That's rough. Pill says, like, I understand some methods aren't good, like copy and pasting in Twitch channels, but would you recommend a better, effective way? Yeah, join the community. Right? Like you said, what if I join the community? They're not going to like me because, I'll go on there and I'll talk about Jesus. Well, then don't do that first. Get to know the people, show that you're there, show you care about them, be sacrificial, be servant-hearted, be someone who shows them love in a way that they can understand that love. Always be truthful, always be kind, like don't compromise your values, don't compromise your character, but be the kind of person that like, you know what, that person's a good dude. And then when you've built that relationship, when you've shown your heart and you've shown your that you're on their side, right? When it comes up and you pray for the opportunity, God, show me when the right time is, we'll open up their heart, open up an opportunity for something. Then all of a sudden it's, that kind of stuff happens where they're like, okay, well, you know what? I know a Christian, there's a guy named, Jesus Saves in our chat. A guy named Pills. Actually, Pills has probably worked better for you. There's a guy named Pills in our chat. He knows Jesus. He talked, he's just a good guy. Just a good guy. So tell me what you think about that, and then all of a sudden you have a conversation coming from a place of relationship. Just take it slow, be more methodical, be more servant-hearted, and take the time. Recognize you're going to get rejected by some people just outright, and that's okay. But make sure that they're rejecting Jesus, not you, right? Ransford, well, if you're at risk of being banned for sharing the gospel in the channel by actually interacting with people, why do you think it would be fair? Why do you think it would fare any better by impersonally pasting prefab sound bites? Yeah. Yep. Yo, Warrior, good to see you, man. Yeah. No, school shooting, international news, very sad. Attack in the U.S. All right. That sucks. You can use some tools that are out there, but it has to be a personal. I do that all the time with Campus Crusade. Yeah, you can't just go yelling at a student on campus. Not going to work. Someone who was there 20s from outside school. Just checking your video. Hey, what's up? I'm sorry. I'm just catching up in chat. Was it at a church? The shooting? I thought it was a school. Yeah, I don't know. Hold on. Was that a church or a Bible? It's a church. Oh. That's unusual, right? I see school or young people or whatever more, but church is not usually. Let me hold on. Let me pull this over. This is the CBC. 2 children, gunman dead after shooting at Minnesota church. Police say gunman used a rifle and fired from outside the window of Annunciation Church. Minneapolis police said Wednesday a shooting in a Catholic school's church. Okay, so it's at a school, at the church, at the school, which is what's confusing to me. 3 dead, including the shooter, 17 injured. So, woof, he shot a lot of bullets. The victims were 8 and 10. Man. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara said at a news conference, local officials. O'Hara said the shooter set up outside the window of Annunciation Church and fired in, striking worshipers in pews. Shooter was armed with a rifle, shotgun, and a pistol. Ooh. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. There's mentally ill, right? People that feel a sense of violence and they have delusions or all kinds of stuff, right? But that's next level. A church full of children. That's incomprehensibly evil. There's no indication the shooter, believed to be in his early 20s, had any affiliation with the school, officials said. It was also believed that isolated shooting and not connected with any other violence incidents in the city. Minneapolis city officials said earlier that the shooter had been contained after the gunfire at Annunciation Catholic School, and there was no longer any active threat to students. O'Hara said it was believed he died from a self-inflicted gunshot. So go shoot children, injure 14 of them, and then commit suicide. You cannot put the words gravity or tragedy or absolute pain of this situation. No, you can't. Like it is hard. It's hard to. For me, it's hard for me to speak to. Like I don't have words for this level of evil. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. It's awful. The school was evacuated and students' families were directed to the reunification zone at the school. Outside, amid heavy uniformed law enforcement presence were uniformed children in their dark green shirts and dresses. Many were trickling out of the school with adults giving lingering hugs and wiping away tears. Horrific. Praying for our kids and teachers whose first week of school was marred by this. Yeah. Oh, this first week of school too. Frick, man. Jeez. I'm going to pray real quick. Lord, these kind of incidents are super confusing. We don't understand the level of evil that has to enter someone's heart, the level of insanity or cruelty for someone to pre-plan bringing a bunch of guns to a school full of children and then opening fire into a church. We don't know why. We don't know what. But we do know that you are there. We do know that your people are there. So I pray that you'd work through the church. You'd work through the Christians that are part of that neighborhood, that group, that they would be able to be your salt, your light, your grace, your peace, that they'd be able to serve well, that your peace would be upon them and also upon the ones that they serve. I pray that for the parents of the ones who lost their children, that you'd be there with abundant grace and that they would understand your presence in a unique way, that their grief would be shared, and as it's shared with the community, that they would be uplifted. I pray that it would be that they discover what happened and why it happened and be able to figure out how to prevent it in the future or to get closure. God, you're in this situation, and we know that evil doesn't have a reason. Sometimes it is just chaos for evil's sake. We just pray that you'd be able to serve them and show them and be with them and connect with them. You are good. And you weep with those who weep, and you're next to the brokenhearted. I pray that you do that too. Amen. Hey, Paulie Dyke Clark. Good to see you. Yeah, long time no see. All school mass at 8:15. Monday was the first day of school. It's Wednesday. Yeah, I can't even. That's evil. That's evil, man. I'm gonna have a list of names of guys do these things and spam them into chats and celebrate horror movies. Well, there's always a why. The question, it ends up happening. Why did this happen? What happened? What can you do to prevent it? And well, sometimes that's the case. As in there are sometimes we need more security, we need more mental health stuff, we need to catch this earlier. There were signs in this guy's life, and if we'd have seen them, that kind of stuff. What lessons can we learn? But sometimes there is no lesson to learn. Sometimes it's just someone was evil, and they were evil for no reason other than the fact that they wanted to cause chaos and pain and destroy. And for themselves, that's how they wanted to end. So yeah, mental illness, sure, but also could, cruelty and misery and just being terrible. It's sometimes there is no why. Sometimes there is no, this is the silver lining. Sometimes it just sucks a bunch. And that's the best you get out of it. This world, you're gonna see things that are just plain evil, and you're gonna be like, God, why? And there is no why. There's no why. But there's no point in punishing, like Conrad, there's no point in punishing other people for one guy's being evil. Right? That's some kind of ism. There's an ism in there. It's just like everybody who likes this one genre is basically the same as a school shooter. No. I'm not a fan of horror movies, and I'm not a fan, I don't think they're great. But I don't think it turns everybody into a serial killer. Because man chooses evil, because man loved darkness more than light. Well, reason, right? So yeah, sin, I guess, if you want, but that's not enough. It's not enough of a that doesn't give you closure. It's just, yes, I agree, sin bad, but it is it's mystifying. Children, we have, as humans, we have an instinct to protect children, right? We have it. You have to fight against that instinct as sort of North American and Christian area kind of thing, founded on Christian. You know that what you're doing is deeply wrong and deeply horrible. So you have to get over that. You have to pre-plan, because there are laws how to get a gun and whatever. And so therefore you got to pre-plan. You got to get these things together, and you need to be there's a series of checks and balances that you have to work past to get to a place where you're able to do this kind of thing. And all the way along, you hit a wall of, no, don't do that. That's wrong. That's bad. Don't do that. And you have to keep going. Like saying you play and crash your Hot Wheels, you get others into an accident IRL. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Most chats I'm in know I'm absurd, like watching Pinhead. You might as well just a garbage disposal. Seth Thebes in those movies. It's gross. I'm not a fan. Thanks for the lurk. I'm not a fan of horror. Some people really like it. Some people really like it. It's not a problem for them or whatever. I don't think it's a good idea, and I definitely don't watch it. But at the same time, I watch other stuff that other people think is bad. So, other people I would never watch an anime, or I'd never watch reality TV, or I'd never watch whatever. There's always somebody. I played Burnout Paradise, got a crash simulation. Get on my level, noob. It's simple. We eat the Batman. That would do it. I'm gonna sit down. Well, we didn't get started on our talk. We got distracted. If you guys want to start the actual, or at least the topic. Do you want to start the topic? I should say topic instead of talk, since we're supposed to be having a discussion. Wreckfest is fun. I played it a couple times. It's fun. All right. Have to go back to lurk. Have a good one. Man, you wouldn't think strawberry banana would be a good flavor of Rogue. It totally is, though. Totally is. It's like bubblegum. Okay, we're gonna put the marker in again. All right, so understanding social anxiety, what it feels
Hello
like
there.
and how to overcome it. Someone has already come in and, they've said, I have social anxiety. And so therefore the way that I, present the gospel, the way that I join groups and whatever is online. And it's through doing this. Like I can't picture myself going out and joining a group or going out and like standing in front of people and speaking. Like that's paralyzingly terrifying. And I don't want to do that. So I do it online, which absolutely, right? Absolutely. That is that's why we have digital ministry, because of that reason. AMA, that's funny. How should I view my life? That's an appropriate balance between not doing enough and hold on, we'll come back. We'll come back to this another time. If this is not what we're supposed to talk about today and we got other people, that's totally cool. I'm more than happy to not do this. We can do this another day. All this prep kit will wait for another day. Not a big deal. How should I view my life that is an appropriate balance between not doing enough and I'm not where I used to be? God is working on me. There's always room to grow, but not to feel down, but not measuring up enough. Or should it be from a different perspective? So there's a bunch of ways, right? You're going to always, as a Christian, as a human maybe, you're always going to feel a sense of conviction that you're not who you should be. You're not where you could be. You screwed that up. You missed an opportunity. That's just human. Recognize that that's a feeling everybody has, right? If I would have only, if I could have, if I would have said, if I would have done that, if I wouldn't have gone down that road, that's just something everybody feels. And you have to just kind of put that behind you. Learn from it, maybe. Next time I will have that conversation. Next time I will, go down that road. Next time I will do that investment, something like that. That learn from it, but then you don't know what the end would have been. It could have been worse. You don't know. So I would say that recognize that feeling of discontent with yourself is sort of universal. And if you don't have it, you're like, I am the greatest and I don't need to produce anything or need to fix anything. And I'm just like, everybody likes me. And I have all the money, resources, and wealth, I'm perfect. If you're there, that's probably bad. Or the other side, which is I am beyond repair. I am the worst. Everybody hates me, and it's for good reason. I'll never make a friend. I'll never fix my body. I'll never fix my finances. I'll never be out of debt. I'll never anything, or all these bad things, right? That'll never. That's also bad. Somewhere in the middle, where supersonic is like, I see things I should do, see things I should be, but I also see things that I was that are actually I'm doing better at. So I think that's a good balance. So recognize you're probably never going to get there, but in this world, you're going to continuously be working towards it. Jesus is the epitome of human, and we're never going to get there, right? We're never going to get there. A million lifetimes, you wouldn't be able to reach it. But at least you can say, today I'm a little bit better than I was yesterday. And that's the second thing I would say. And that is, take it from a bigger perspective, right? So when you ask the question, am I better today than I was yesterday? Am I better this week than I was last week? Am I better this month than I was last month? Am I better this year than I was last year? And am I better in this season than I was in the previous season? Right? That's a big deal. So say you have a really bad day and you're like, no, actually yesterday was better. Today was not a good thing. You can open up that and kind of look at it and go, okay, this week, I blew it once. Last week, I blew it twice. I've actually blown it less this week. I'm better, that we're trending up. Last year, I was a mess. Last year, I was in debt. Last year, I was a jerk. Last year, I was super overweight. Last year, whatever. This year, I've been working on that. Yeah, I still struggle. Yeah, I still got issues, but I'm actually a lot better than I was last year. Right? A trajectory is up. That's a good thing. And I think that's a good way to look at it. Yes, you need to be consistently, you will always be consistently finding things you got to work on. And as you're consistently finding things to work on, if you work on them, you are still going to dip down into those problems sometimes. But are you trending up? Generally speaking, I think that's a healthy way to look at it, right? Not much to do yesterday, so I streamed 9 hours, 20 minutes when I feel like I should have been more productive with my time. Well, if you don't have much to do, then how do you be more productive? All right, man, I appreciate it. So the decision to stream 9 hours isn't necessarily a bad thing. if you have evaluated, what's in front of you and be like, no, I've done everything I need to do, and I'm, it's fine. You're able to do 9-hour stream. Why not? However, if in your reflecting on what you did yesterday, spending time now in a clearer mind, with a clearer head, with less emotional attachment, having gotten over whatever you gotten over, looking back on it, if you're realizing, you know what, I was escaping. I wasn't choosing to stream that long. I was actually running from something, or I was doing that so to keep myself distracted so I wouldn't think about this, or I was streaming and telling myself I was doing a good thing in evangelism, but it was because I didn't want to, fall into this old habit, right? So like, it's just like you go, okay, I looking at it through a clearer head, 9 hours was probably too much, and it came from a place where I knew I was supposed to be doing something better, but I didn't want to. Or maybe it's I did 9 hours, I look at yesterday and I'm like, I had time for that, and whatever, I didn't put anything on hold, and I didn't, I wasn't bad, I just did it and had a long time, and that's perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that, right? Did you hurt anybody? Did you abandon anyone? Did you have a responsibility you were supposed to do that you didn't do? Did you take care of your body, your mind, and your spirit? Did you spend time with God? Like if you've done those basic things and you haven't been, a jerk to somebody, and you do 9-hour stream, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with it at all. But just be honest with yourself. Why did you do it? And what was the motives behind it? And then learn from that. Either learn, it was fine, I can do that. Sometimes I can have super long streams and it's perfectly fine. Or you learn, well, I probably shouldn't have done that because I avoided this and I avoided that and I disappointed this person and I hurt this person and I let the person down. And I shouldn't do that. So therefore, when I feel that way, next time, I'm going to approach it differently. Maybe I'll do, I know that that streaming will help, but I'm going to cut it off at 4 hours. I'm going to be like, I'm going to stream, but I know I got to do some stuff after that. I'll get it out of my system, and then I'll cut it at 4 hours, and I'll go do my thing. Or you'll say, I got to do my things. I can't do a 9-hour stream. I'm going to go do those things. It's probably actually better. I'll go do those things, or I'll go talk to those people. And then, come, if I have time at the end of the day, if I have time at 6 p.m. at whatever, then I'm going to do it. I'm going to jump in there, right? Last month, I ran over 50% pedestrians. This month, I ran over 45. That's progress. It is, though. I mean, you gotta, it's better. It's definitely better, right? So, if in a smaller way, right, you have a car, and every time you pull out of the driveway, you knock over the mailbox, or you hit the garbage cans, right? You just do it all the time. Like this last year, I have hit the mailbox and I've run over the garbage cans like 100 times. But I've now had a lot of practice, and I've thought it through, and now I'm a lot better at it. And I've only hit the garbage cans like 10 times this year. That's a good thing. That's a good trajectory. Vehicular manslaughter, maybe you shouldn't be doing that at all, probably, but 5 is less than 50. Oh, look up the game Carmageddon, my dude. That's an old school game, but hokey dyna. Yep, that's the game. Run over people. To put it bluntly, I make Twitch games devices an idol, spending way too much time on these than with God. So time with these than with God. See, that actually can be a misnomer too. It's the implication that I have to always be praying and reading my Bible and studying and serving and singing, and that's how the Christian life should be all the time. I'm not allowed to do more hours of work than I am more hours of worship. I'm not allowed to do more hours of time with my friends than I am to do time with God. Like that, it's actually wrong. That's very, very wrong. That's a very old school, Old Testament way of thinking about it, because that implies God is up there keeping a track record, and he's like, oh, your bar isn't quite right. I don't love you as much today because you don't love me as much. The whole point behind you can have a lifestyle of worship. God has closed down the temple, and he put the temple inside of you. Contain the Holy of Holies, that what you do is an act of worship. You are a priest, one of the priesthood of believers, and so therefore what you do is holy, and that your daily act of worship, your sacrificial act of worship, daily sacrifice, includes time you spend with your friends, the time you spend on yourself, the time you spend at work, and time you spend doing other stuff. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It is a very unhealthy thing to say, if I don't spend more time with God than more time with, X activity, then I don't love God. Because that's not how God sees it. God is, because you can do this activity in a way that is honoring to God, right? Right. So think about, like, say, going for a walk. Going for a walk outside is not reading your Bible. And, if you're not singing at the time, let's say you're not listening to a sermon on the way, you're just going for a walk. So one could argue, well, it's not very good. You're not really capturing your time. It's not very spiritual, right? It's not very good. However, on that walk, you could either be, looking and appreciating nature, or just having time in the sun, or just taking care of your body, or just breathing fresh air, taking care of your temple. That's all a good thing. It doesn't have to be this big worshipful, thoughtful study thing. You can just be out there and enjoying it. That's perfectly fine. However, the same walk, if you are, you're sitting there being grumpy and like arguing with yourself and arguing and beating yourself up about all these things that you shouldn't do and didn't do, and you're just making yourself miserable and condemning yourself and just wrecking yourself in that. Like, it actually could be a worse way to spend the walk. Even though you think you've spent it convicting, you've actually spent your time listening to the enemy beat the snot out of yourself, right? It's I hope that makes sense. Meditation in a tool shed. The beauty of Christianity, and after Jesus, fulfilled the law, is that it's not religion. Like, yeah, we have religious stuff, and yeah, religion helps. It's a tool, but we're not, we're not beholden to the law. We're not beholden to the temple courts and all that jazz. We can worship God in a myriad ways, and that's a good thing. If you're feeling convicted, right? If you're like, man, I spent way too much time on stream yesterday. I don't feel good about it, right? I don't feel good about it. In fact, I feel like I was supposed to do something else. My conscience felt bad. I was clearly avoiding something, or I was clearly not doing something. Yeah, then listen to that. Listen to your conscience, because it's like, God's like, well, I have something better for you, or you are avoiding stuff, or you could have done that better. And this is more healthy because you're actually doing something unhealthy at this point. Listen to your conscience, but not the hardcore Pharisaical religious, bad voices that keep telling you that nothing you ever do is any good unless you are doing, traditionally Christian disciplines. Conviction and guilt. So guilt, I guess I would say that the conviction and guilt is not, they're similar. So shame and guilt and conviction, sort of all same kind of deal. The question is, where does it come from? Because you can feel bad about something that is actually good, right? You can say, I'm trying to think of an example. Say you take something dangerous away from a kid, and that kid is screaming and crying and carrying on and flipping out, and you're just like, man, I feel really bad that I took that away. That kid is really, really miserable right now. Right? It'd be bad to give back the dangerous thing. You don't want to do that. But the fact that you feel bad about it, and you feel bad for the kid, and you're like, I feel guilty having taken this thing away, and now he's really miserable, even though I know for a fact that thing would have hurt him. He shouldn't have that. Right? That you don't believe that feeling. I did a good thing. I kept that person from being hurt. That's a good thing. I think you got to be careful where it's coming from. That's why we need to know our scriptures. That's why we need to be in relationship with other people. That's why we should talk to our pastors, our elders, fathers, Christian friends, things like that. Because sometimes the conviction, the guilt can be unholy, right? It can be trying to drive you into a place of fear, drive you into a place where you are avoiding your responsibilities because you feel like God's mad at you all the time, or you don't understand the freedom that comes with relationship with Jesus. So you end up being pulled into these sort of superstitious religious activities that make you feel better, but you're only doing it to try to kind of quell the the wrath of God, you know, because he's super mad at you if you don't do this in the morning and this in the afternoon and say these words and et cetera, et cetera. Like that's not good. That's treating God like an old Greek, you know, what part of the pantheon or Parthenon or whatever, Greek god. It's like treat him like an old school Greek god where you can manipulate him using words and offerings. It's not true. So there is good guilt, there is bad guilt. There's good shame, there is bad shame. There's good conviction, there's bad conviction. Where is it coming from? Where's it coming from? Like, dating. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the word, the P word. But I can't remember the P word for what the whole host of the Greek gods are. There's a word for it. Pantheon? The Greek? Poly? I don't know. Can't remember. The whole bunch of them. That's the fault of traditions. They start from the pettiest things. A while back, I found out they discovered old manuscripts from the times of Jesus, and it was a record of log of Pharisees arguing whether putting a pin in your robes was considered work or not on the Sabbath. Yeah, exactly, right? Thing, man. And that's them. Speaking of guilt and shame, right? They were experts at it. You should feel bad if you walk 30 steps instead of, you know, instead of 25. You should feel bad if you cook food when you're hungry on Saturdays, right? God hates your guts and you're miserable and that's why you're sick. Like all the misery that the Pharisees brought to the Sabbath, especially, was all false guilt, fake guilt, as someone who wanted to control people, wanted to be super holy, you know, whatever, was imposing stuff they shouldn't have imposed. That guilt was false, that shame was false, that God didn't want that. God himself comes down. Jesus looked at him, he's like, you're all wrong about the Sabbath. Stop making it miserable for people. All that guilt and shame and fear and anxiety they have over the Sabbath is exactly the opposite of what I wanted for them. I wanted them to feel it to be a freedom, a time for them to have rest and have worship and have time together and, you know, celebrate. That's what I gave it to them for. And you guys wrecked it, you know, but yet at the same time, all of Israel felt guilty all the time about that. And Jesus, you know, he looks at them, he's like, you guys will tithe a tenth of your spice rack and go through a little pinch of everything because, you know, you want to make sure that you're perfect. And yet you act like a jerk to people. You guys, your priorities are whack, completely whack. Pantheon. Yeah, Pantheon. I think that's what I was looking for. Pantheon, not Parthenon. Parthenon's a place. The difference is sorrow that it produces. Accusations from the accuser will end in you feeling guilty, but conviction stemming from admonishment from the Holy Spirit will convict you to draw closer to that love of God that reminds you the undeserving grace that which saved you, not the work you think will get you there. Partly, I think you've got a good point there, right? Like where it ends up. Does it drive you towards God? Does it drive you away from God? Does it drive you towards self? Does it drive you towards dependence? Does it drive you away from people? Does it drive you towards people? Right? Shame is a good one. If the shame drives you away from people, and you're like, I shouldn't be around anybody, I'm just the worst, and I'm I'm gross, I'm bad, I'm filthy, I'm infectious, I'm so I should be away from everybody, right? That shame is probably very unholy, very bad. It doesn't come from a good place. At the same time, if you're like, I need to fix myself, I need to shower more, I need to read a book, I need to be able to get out and have a conversation with people, I got to work on that. Whenever I'm I'd feel bad because I'm not taking care of myself and it's obvious. That shame could probably good, right? Because it's leading you to want to deal with people in a better way and to try to fix yourself, get better. Where is it pulling you? That is a good one. That's a good question too. Hi, Samus. The way the Jews lived during Jesus' time sometimes make me think they're overreacted to the circumstances that led to the exile of Jews to Babylon. Well, partly, but you look at Isaiah, they have the same problem, and that's, pre-exile, right? It's like, why are you stomping on my courts? Why did you come here? Like, you guys are going through the forms of religion, but you're ignoring me. You guys are, you're going through all the motions, but you're like, people are starving and people are like, they were still a mess beforehand. But yeah, maybe it's not a bad point, right? Not a bad point that, oh no, we better lock this sucker down. Galatians 5:19-24. Why didn't that kick in? Is it broken? Ah, man. Oh, no, there it is. Now, the works of the flesh are evident: sexual immorality, impurity, sensuality, idolatry, sorcery, enmity, strife, jealousy, fits of anger, rivalries, dissensions, divisions, envy, drunkenness, orgies, and things like these, etc. I warned you as before that those who do such things will not inherit the kingdom of God. Yeah, maybe, but it's a list. It's not a comprehensive one. Musical Angel says, I would always do homework on Sundays and ended up asking my youth pastor if I was not meant to be doing homework then. What he asked was, is there a day of the week where you can stop doing homework? In my case, it was Fridays, and he explained that the Sabbath is meant for rest. Doesn't need to be on a Sunday, and that I wasn't sinning by doing work on Sunday. Yeah, that's exactly, a Sabbath is a day different. That's the best definition that I've ever come up with personally, is a day different, right? It's different than usual. So if you're always doing school, it's the day you don't do school. If you're always working with your hands, it's the day you probably work with your brain. You work with your brain. If you're always, inside, it's the day you go outside. If it's a day that if you're always quiet, go be with people. If you're always with people, maybe you should go hang out by yourself. It's a day different. It's focused on God. The point of it is always, to be in a relationship to God, to kind of take the filter, clean the filter of the soul out, so that it's not so gunky in there with the sake of fasting and from the usual, but always focused on trying to connect with God and connect with God's people. It's not meant to be. Yeah, and exactly again, a false guilt, right? Like I did work on Sunday. God must hate my guts now. And it's like, no, that's not how that works, right? But at the same time, if you want to be fully obedient, process the idea of when you work, do you have a time where you don't? Because when you are, if say you did homework 7 days a week, you could make an argument. Like, some people would be like, you're so diligent, that's so good. A mature Christian would look at that and go, that's probably a problem. And it's a problem because chances are it is not driven by, I want to be a good student. It's driven by fear. It's driven by anxiety. It's driven by perfectionism. It's driven by competitiveness. It's driven by something bad, inside of you it's not a good motivation. And you are feeding that bad motivation by continuously, studying. At some point, it's healthier to let go of the study and go, today I'm going to take a rest. I'm going to trust that, God works with my brain, that I'm not in competition with others. I'm trying to do this to learn so I can serve others. It's not about, all that stuff. So I'm going to let go for today and be okay with believing that it's enough, and that enough is enough, and I've done my work, and it's good, it's fine, and that's healthier, right? You're going to hear from, some parents, some cultures, right? That it's like, if you're not studying all the time, heck, I've watched enough anime, right? If you're not studying all the time, or in Korea or in China, it's just like, there's no such thing as a break, man. It's like you wake up in the morning, you study, you go to school, and then you go to cram school afterwards. And then everybody's, competing for this one test in Korea that they have to take. And that's like your placement for life. And it's like, that's super unhealthy. That's super unhealthy. And so it's created a really overly messed up culture when it comes to how they see work and study. The other side of it is, sort of the North American way of doing things, where it's like, we're so worried about how we see ourselves, egotistically speaking, that we don't study, right? What really matters is how you see yourself. What really matters is do you like yourself? What really matters is do you feel fulfilled? Do you feel as though, that's what matters the most to North America. And so therefore you can be an idiot who doesn't study, who is in debt up to their eyeballs, and is, addicted to like 20 things. But as long as you feel good about yourself and you feel as though that's who you should be, you're fine. That's the bad. That's also bad. Gaming, watching content for hours, and spending a lot of time online. If that's what you're usually doing, right? Like, then maybe you need a time where you're not gaming. You fasting from some content, and that you spend time with other people. You know, when do you serve, right? If, like, a lot of that stuff is self-serving. Gaming is, I'm doing this because I want to achieve. Watching content, I want to do this because I want to distract. Spending a lot of time online, I do that because I don't want to have to deal with XYZ, or because it feeds something. When is your day of, when are you serving? When do you let that stuff go? When do you use that energy and the rest you built up, and the energy you built up, and the knowledge you built up, and all that skill that you've worked on, and all that stuff? When do you use that to serve people? When does that come out? Because you're not meant to just simply consume. Get smarter, get stronger, get stronger, get better. The reason you're doing that is so that you can express that through serving others, through loving others, through going to the weak, going to the ones that are not as smart, or not as strong, or not as put together, or not as wealthy, or not as whatever, so you can serve them and love them and elevate them. But if you never take the time to have the day different, where you are using all the stuff that you've been gathering over the week, you're in sin, right? It's the parable of that guy that built bigger barns, and he's like, I'm gonna live forever, and everything's gonna be great for all time. And he's like, God's like, you're gonna die tonight. That was a big waste of time. Why? Was that bad? Well, it's because he was only focused inward on himself. He didn't see this bounty before him as a way for him to bless more people. He saw it as a way that he could just knock off and be more selfish. And so in the same way, a lot of people are like, well, why are you going to school? I'm going to school so I can get a good job. Why do you want a good job? So I can get lots of money and, influence and power. Why do you want influence and power? So that I'm secure. Why do you want to be so secure? So that I never have to worry about anything. Why don't you want to worry about anything? So that I can take care of the people that I want to take care of. Right? Like, nobody in my life will die on my watch, because I'm now smart and powerful and strong and rich and secure. Right? Like, a lot of that is just about you, as opposed to, I'm going to school so I can serve others, and I'm accumulating wealth and security so I can help other people be more wealthy and secure, and take care of them, or so I can serve people. Like, it's not meant to just be accumulated. It's meant to be accumulated and then used. Musical Angel says, I worked my butt off with homework, and my youth pastor was always the one to say, take a day off. He doesn't need to be perfect. Sometimes you need someone to remind you, yeah, that perfectionism actually works against you. It's not a good thing. Take an 80% and better mental health than 90% and feeling miserable. Maybe that sounds like the song of a loser, but with all the stuff I've seen in the world, and all the experiences that I've had, and all the people that I've counseled, and all the rest of that stuff, I'd rather see somebody try to pull an 80 and be happier with themselves, and with their relationship with their parents, and with God, and actually get sleep and things like that, than someone to get 95 but be just miserable and stressed out and angry and get out of my way, and why do you people distracting me, and miserable. I think it's better to have the 80. Wasabi says, I find it interesting that it lists wrath in some translations in that Galatians passage, because we've heard of righteous anger, godly wrath, but our own way of seeing can get in the way as well. Same with thinking about what we can think God wants versus what God actually wants for us. We are called according to his purpose, not routines, not things to do, and hold ourselves accountable to those things. We do because of the love of God, because he first loved us. So we feel joyful in doing for him back, and in service to his people, right? There is godly anger and there is ungodly anger, right? A lot of some people, they are angry at stuff they either shouldn't be angry at, or when they are angry, they're angry at the right thing, and they're responding in a bad way, right? Like I don't know the motive of that shooter, But let's say that the reason he did that is because he went to the school and they treated him badly. The teachers treated him badly, and he was rejected by the students. And when he tried to join in, they wouldn't let him join in, and it hurt him deeply, right? And so therefore, he was very angry at them. And so that anger there's nothing wrong with that. He was treated badly. He was treated unjustly. He should have been loved, and he wasn't. He should have been accepted and included, and he wasn't. That anger is, there's nothing wrong with that anger. What do you do with it, though? Right? What do you do with it? Right? You need to deal with that in a way that is productive and helpful and good and holy and righteous, and as opposed to something that just is destructive, because all you're doing then is spreading more misery. He didn't flip tables out of happiness. Yeah, he was angry. He was angry too, right? Remember that, again, people love talking about Jesus flipping tables, but it only happened twice. Like, he was alive for 33 years, and they only talked about him flipping tables twice. I don't think he was there every weekend flipping tables. More often, he's forgiven people and talking to people and working through and inviting himself to places that people are kind of being jerks and talking through. Like the flipping tables thing was an exception, and it didn't work. Right? He went in there, flipped tables. That's why he ended up doing it twice. Went in there, flipped the tables, came back. It's like, yep, it's all exactly the same way it was. No, it was twice. It's like, didn't work. I like budgeting and balancing my budget. Being a good steward with money is hit or miss for me. Bills organized, monthly purchase, I could cut back on some snacks. Being a good steward of my time feels like a weak point here. You'll always feel like that. I think that's what I said before. And it's important to remember that you'll never feel like you're at balance. This world does not have balance. Ever. You will never, like, if you're like, once I feel a sense of balance, then I know I'll be fine. It'll never happen. The world is by definition out of balance because of sin, et cetera, et cetera. You're never going to achieve the perfect timetable and the perfect, income outcome and the perfect, money and spending and the perfect relationship and giving and taking and the perfect education versus use. And it'll never happen. You'll either have too much or too little or not enough, or somebody will screw it all up or you'll screw it all up. It'll always happen because we live in a world of sin. And so therefore, if you are paranoid and you're constantly looking and upset with you and upset with yourself and upset with life because you haven't hit that perfect median that is the right amount of everything, you're just going to be miserable all the time. That's why you need to take an average. You got to take an average. Right? It's good. It's okay for me to have snacks. Like, God worked into the schedule of Israel, their worship practices, a lot of eating, right? There's one point he was like, I want you to go camping every year. Everybody go camping, get your tent, get out there, go hang out and camp and remember when you were in the desert, right? Feast of Tabernacles. And the whole point was that, it was meant to be different kind of food and different kind of, it was a good thing. So should they always be indoors? No, they have to go camping sometimes. There's a rhythm, but it's not always the same thing. And you're never going to find balance. Why would you like to join the U.S. States military? To challenge myself to continue developing my character, have an economic fail-safe for myself, my mother, my future wife, as well as my kiddos, and better understanding, as well as appreciation for those who are serving and have served. That's not a bad answer. Yeah. Not a bad answer. None of that, I'm trying to think of right, what if that is particularly military, right? If you want to challenge yourself to continue developing your character, you can do that by serving a downtown shelter, right? Have an economic failsafe for myself, right? That could be, you do that in university. Mother, wife, future wife, kiddos, better understanding as well as appreciation for those who are serving and have served, right? That's you can do that by reading a book. I'm not taking it apart. Keep scared. Forgive me. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I think it's a great answer. I would love to hear that. Why do you want to anything? That's a good reason. But I would say that if I were to look at that, I'd be like, that you can do that a lot of places. What makes it that you want to be in the military, right? As in, like, you want to be on the defensive or offensive power that serves the country, that protects people and potentially hurts others to protect people, right? That is a place. That's a place to go that does a specific job that some people are not okay with. Thank you, sir. Does it go back to white? Why are you broken? Thanks for the sub, man. Appreciate it. Like, so that's right. You know, when I look at that, Cubester, I kind of say, thanks for the lurk. What, you know, why with the guns? Sorry. Point on it. Why the place with the guns? Right? It's, some people is like, and I think you should have a good reason for that. I don't think it's wrong to be in the military by any stretch. We definitely need, you know, that. But the question, why do you want to be in the one that has lethal power? Why do you want to be the one that is in that does things globally, that can go and they can take, you know, retake a city in their town, you know, be called into major power? Like, why do you want to be part of that group? I think that is something that should be processed through. Yes, I think it's a great place to develop character and to, you know, you can have a bit of money and, you know, whatever. Yeah, it's all good things. But that's a very specific group. Very specific group. Other people would say the exact same thing, but they would go like join a mission, or they would go to university, or they would do, you know, a myriad of other things to be able to get to the same place. But, you know, why the one with the guns? Why are you broken? Look, I've been trying to figure that out myself for years. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it requires other people. It requires reflection, requires forgiveness of self. You know, like maybe the part that you're broken in, you're not. Maybe that's just your personality. Maybe that's actually one of your strengths, you know? Yeah. That's good stuff. I like their strawberry banana. It's very nice. It's a very nice flavor. I've been in Hopeful Disasters Discord for a little while now. One thing on their monthly schedule is a digital fast once a week. I want to try this and see how it goes. Now it's been 12 weeks. 3 is quarter of a year. 13 is quarter of a year. No devices on Sundays. It can be hard to do, but as time goes on, it can become easier with routine. 12 to 8 a.m., 8:30 church, parents after lunch, and that's half the day. With football season, go Buffalo Bills. That helped me make 2/3 of the day. Yeah. Hey, as long as you're not wrecking your sleep, you know, maybe make a half calf. Yeah, man. Like, I think again, it's a day different, right? So if you're always on your phone, you're always on electronics, and you're always checking your email and stuff, yeah, you should have a day different where you step away from that. Right? Where you step away from the thing that has captured you. I think it's a bad sign when you have to have it everywhere. I think that is a dangerous thing where you're like, if you go sit down at dinner with people that you know, hanging out with and talking to, family or otherwise, and you have to be there with your phone. You're looking at your phone, the phone's on the table, you got to keep it with an eye shot. That's probably very unhealthy, you know, unless you are an ambulance or a fire truck, you know, like chances are you don't need to look at it for that period of time. You could just engage with the people around you. But if you can't engage, you need to have your phone there. Probably should look into that. And it's, you know, it's kind of the same thing. If you can't go through a show with people without staring at your phone while watching the show, right? That probably means you probably got something going on there. You know, you got attention stuff, or you got, you know, anxiety stuff, or you got something going on. You know, if you can't put it down before you go to bed, and you realize you're wrecking your sleep, and you're like, this is me, wrecking your sleep and wrecking your next day because you just can't put down the phone because you want to consume more, probably a problem, right? Those signs are solved by the fast. Or at least those are exacerbated so you can see where your damage is. Hard part is when you're not on your phone and everyone else is. Yeah, it is. I know that. You're sitting there and you're like, and you're just looking around and everybody's on their phone. Like, I don't want to be that guy. You know, it's like, well, everybody should put down their phone and talk to me. Like, I don't want to be that guy, but I also don't want to fall into the pattern of just staring at my phone. It's okay. I don't know. Maybe it's kind of like saying grace, right? If you're at dinner with people and not everybody there says grace, you're still going to say grace. Do you have to stand up and do it for the table? No. Right? You just do it to yourself, close your eyes, and or just like look at your food for a second and just be like thanking God for your food without making a big deal about it. So you can still participate in thanking God for your food, but not make a show of it. The same way with your phone. It's like, everybody should put down their phone. That's maybe a little bit of a jerk, but you don't have to pick it up. Sit there and enjoy your food and look at people and try to start a conversation. And, you know, what are you looking at there? What's going on? You know, like that kind of thing. Nothing wrong with that. But you just have to deal with you. You don't have to do it for everybody. The worsening brokenness and chaos of this world are essentially as to why I chose to do Count Dooku did towards the Jedi Order. You do Count Dooku? You got Count Dooku as a model? I'm trying to think. Count Dooku. He essentially betrayed the Jedi Order because he was a Padawan of the Emperor, of Palpatine, right? And so therefore he saw the corruption and he saw the how pointless the organization had become of the Jedi, and he wanted to try a different way. But I don't know. I think he nuked the Jedis, but you know, could he have done Reformation a different way? Like Martin Luther, when he wanted to reform the Catholic Church, he didn't want to destroy the Catholic Church. He was like, hey, he just raising his hand, like, hey guys, we're off the beaten trail here. We should come back. Like, he wasn't trying to shut down the Pope and you know, burn down all the churches and destroy everything. All he wanted to do was like, hey, the Bible says something different. We should get back around to that. He wanted to reform the church. Right? That's what it is. Like it was formed properly when Jesus did it, and then it went, you know, and then he's like, okay, that's a mess. We need to break all that up, and you know, or reform that. Use the same pieces, put it back together, right? That's what he wanted to do. It's just that they didn't want that, right? For obvious reasons, because you know, money and power and evil. He left after his master Qui-Gon died. Oh, you mean no. Master Qui-Gon? His master wasn't Qui-Gon, no. Dooku started the Separatist faction under orders from Palpatine if Dooku worked for the CIA. Okay. It's your deep cut of the day. Go, Roy. Wow. There you go. I like that. Yeah, it was the idea. It came from a place where Yoda was Dooku's master. Okay. Yeah, there you go. The point, his heart was in a place where it was like, this is broken. It's broken, right? How we fix it? You know, there's someone who has power, has influence, has strength, is able to see two sides of the Force. He's taught me, showed me stuff I haven't seen before. Sounds convincing. I'll throw my lot in with, you know, Palpatine. And it ended up, you know, he was manipulated, and he was, you know, he thought he was trying to help, kind of thing, but then he got killed. His head chopped off. I need to blow my nose. Be right back. Okay. So in Tales from the Jedi, his master's Qui-Gon? I don't think so. I think Dooku was before, which is, it could be because, you know, that The actor looked a lot older. I can't say I know the lore super well. Qui-Gon was Dooku's Padawan. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. It's 2:00. So the choices are, and I'm gonna put a poll in chat. Put a poll in chat. Slash poll. Hold on. Okay, we're gonna do a 1 minute. Okay, just 1 minute. So if you're listening, this is gonna happen for 1 minute. My whole room will turn blue, and you have 1 minute to vote. The vote is: what do you want to do now? Do you want to do the social anxiety talk? Because I've got a whole thing planned. Or since it's 2:00, it's time to play a game. Do you just want to go straight to Minecraft and play some Minecraft stuff? And go. Less Star Wars. I used to know a ton, man. Star Trek stuff. Ever since they wrecked Star Wars and Star Trek, and it became, I basically purged. I don't need that information anymore. I don't care. When I was actually watching it, like a new movie would come out, or they would, a new show or something. It kind of gives you a reminder, especially with Star Trek. There's a lot of lore, to kind of know, and it was part of the fun. Just kind of keeping everything connected. But they wrecked it, and now I don't care anymore. Yeah, same with Marvel. I don't care anymore. It does. There's still good stuff there. All right, we can do that. Stupid Lumia. All right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. It's still good stuff there, and I think it's worth watching. I still think today people would get a lot out of watching Next Generation. It's got universal themes that will work forever, right? Dragon Rose coffee is pretty good. Darn tootin' it is. Darn tootin' it is. It's good stuff. I wish I could get more of it without having to spend $1 zillion on shipping. It's a bummer. But so when I'm done, like I'm out right now. I'm out of Dragon Rose coffee. Drank it. It was so good. I'm like, I try to piece meat it out a little bit better, because I'm like, I'm only gonna get so much of this, and maybe I'll have it like once a week. Maybe I'll only do it on Taco Tuesdays, But it's just got in the blender. Like I felt good about I'm like, it's so tasty. It's so tasty. No, on. No, I don't have any more. And it just costs a lot to ship to Canada. It costs a lot. Tales that last, stories that matter, and concepts that every human will deal with for all time. Like racism or addiction or sexism or purpose, things like that. Yeah, everybody. All right, let's talk about. I'm going to put a marker in chat that says actual talk start. The third one. Series I have to enjoy. Voyager Enterprise original series. I quit watching the one with Michael partway through. Felt too overly prolific. I stopped watching. Essentially, I stopped watching during the middle of Enterprise. As soon as I'm even not in the middle, but when they were just like, let's just get a super hot girl to stand buck naked and rub gel all over themselves. That's Star Trek, right? Like, I'm out. I'm good. Like, you guys have jumped the shark. It's done now. And so, and every time I tried to come back, it would be, I kind of liked the Chris Pine movies, but they were not because they were Star Trek, but because they were just fun adventure movies. The Beastie Boys scene, I think, is like one of the best scenes ever. It's so funny. Terrible Star Trek, really bad Star Trek, but still good, funny space move show. I like that. In summary, due to mounting frustrations towards the rampant corruption of the Republic and the Galactic Senate, as well as the inertia of the Jedi Order from the failure to abide by their roles as the servants, protectors, and ambassadors of the people of the galaxy, Dooku's faith in both organizations diminished severely. Yeah, both sucked. Yeah, blow up the whole thing. Yep, basically, yeah. No, it was subtle. That was meant. It was about people. It was about people. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's talk about social anxiety a little bit. How anxiety works, what it feels like, where it comes from, how do you deal with it? Those are, if you raise your hand, if you deal with social anxiety, and I will raise my hand. Put something in chat, your most anxious emote, because you understand what that's like. I certainly do. For most of my life, I was not treated well when it came to school. I was bullied quite a lot. I'd moved around a lot of schools. So I didn't like people. People didn't seem to like me. And so therefore people became dangerous and the enemy. And so that was just reinforced over and over and over and over and over. Went to college, spent all of it alone, and then when I went to Bible school, I basically just told everybody to get lost. I don't want anything to do with people. You all suck. Even if you want to be my friend, you're not going to be my friend, because even friends are bad. That's where my head was when I went to Bible school. And it took those guys a lot to break that ice so that I'd actually give them a chance. Even now, I'm still nervous around people. I'm still nervous around, especially anybody that's in high school age. I've got such damage from high school that I'm literally afraid of people that are 17 to 19 years old. It's so bad. And I know it's bad. It's just in my head. You know what I mean? It's a problem. And when I was a pastor, for me, I'm a behind the scenes guy. I've always liked being behind the scenes. I want to be the computer guy. I want to be the sound guy. I want to be the bass player. I want to be the guy who is, equipping others and giving to others and helping others and letting them shine. I don't need to be on stage, man. I don't need to be. I'm happy to be behind the scenes. That's where I want to be. And yet God keeps pushing me out into giving me a microphone, gives me another microphone, and he sends me out on the stage, and he's like, go be a thing. And then there I am, right? Like it is just consistent. And so I'm, for a long time throughout my career as a Christian content creator, as a pastor, not Christian content, throughout my career as a pastor, there we go. I was super nervous all the time, like super nervous. When I first started, I was sick in the bathroom for like a decade every Sunday, just super sick, like anxiety like you wouldn't believe, every Sunday. And yet there I was, I'm trying to serve, I'm trying to preach, I'm trying to sing, I'm trying to lead, I'm trying to, go to these meetings and don't know what I'm doing. And I'm trying to, pray through this stuff and learn as much as I can and read as much as I can. And it's not going well. I've told you my story before, just like it didn't have good experiences with churches. And so therefore it kind of reinforced just like everybody is really, really difficult to be around. And every time I'm there, they hurt my feelings. So I'm just, people, man, they're just the worst. And so I get social anxiety, and it's gotten worse since I've been a content creator in the last 4 years, because a lot of my stuff, a lot of my relationships are on Discord, are through, are on Twitch, are, a lot of them I don't have to go out for. And so therefore, given the chance, even to the point where it's like my son will be like, let's go to the movies. I'll be like, let's watch it at home. Right? I used to love going to the movies. Now I don't. Why? Because it's being at home. Right? So it's actually gotten worse. And I find that when it comes to Reach, I'm very nervous about going to Reach. Like just this literally last Sunday, so a few days ago, I went to a church and I spoke at a church. And I was there and beforehand schmoozing, the whole show up to a strange place, set up my table, stand by the table and try to talk to people. I'm super bad at that. I tried my best. And because I'm old and have practice at it, and I've, been doing this for a while, I can usually do pretty good. But inside, I'm still all fluttery, buttery, not super fun. And then it's still not my favorite thing to do. But it's real. It's real for me. So I see in chat, a lot of you guys are too. I turned into that 17-year-old person again when I'm around my classmate. It's why I avoid them. Yeah. I was also pastoring a church who didn't show love. 20 years of these people don't like me. And the anxiety, I just did a talk last week, and we talked about how do you know you're in a relation, in a bad relationship, like in an abusive relationship. And as I was going through the questions, I'm like, that is exactly how I felt with going to church. Like I dreaded showing up. I didn't feel like I could say no to these people, and they exploited that like crazy. And like that was a bad relationship. So yeah. Shadow says, about to head out Allie's bladder scope procedure. We appreciate prayers. May God give you good news, man. Come back and let us know, Shadow. We'd love to hear. Reminds me of lyrics to a song sung by Christian artist Britt Nicole in her song Safe. Goes, I'm strong enough. I've always told myself I never want or need somebody else. Yeah. It's not necessarily how I felt. I didn't feel like I didn't need people. I knew I did. Because, when you have a very specific set of skills, you also have a very specific lack. And God almost seems to make it so that the better you are at something, like you're really great at this, you will have less good at a lot of other stuff. Like you're not going to be good at this. Because this is like you're a I don't know, a pipe wrench. You're a pipe wrench, and you're great at twisted pipes. That's what you do. But you're not gonna be good for much else. You need the rest of the toolkit. You need the rest of the body of Christ, and I knew that. And God had put people into my life many times that were very good at other things, and I was very thankful for them. But as I was saying, I really like being in the background. So imagine this. None of you will have to imagine this because you lived it. You arrive at church gathering and immediately feel your chest tighten. Everyone else is chatting in groups. Instead of mingling, you slip away to the restroom. You're not ill. You just need a hideout. Leaning against a stall wall, you pull out your phone and pretend to be busy, willing your racing heart to slow down. Maybe no one will notice I'm gone, you hope. You're not alone in this coping tactic. One writer admitted, I hide in the bathroom sometimes. People don't usually bother you. I've lost count how many times I've ducked in one for just a bit of a break from the world. That comes from an article, and all the stuff comes from. I've decided to, instead of going through the entire article, we'll kind of pull out some good stuff from it. This is where is it? An article called "Bathroom Camping: Why Gen Z is Hiding Out to Cope." Right, and I've done this. Right, I pick an unoccupied corner and hunker down. So I'm a hider. I know this. So I went out with my son, and there was this free hamburger. One young woman at a barbecue giving out free burgers, and I was such a mess. I was so nervous. I thank you very much, and I literally walked around the building, and I went and hid in a corner. And my son's like, why are you here? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Like that one little girl is not that intimidating, and yet here I am. Same thing. Like I've gone to parties, and then I'll like hide behind the chair. I'll just kind of be against the wall. Like you'll see it if you go to reach. You'll see it. You'll see. I'll be in the back chair. It's really far, and I'll be kind of leaning up against the wall, and I'll be just like, I'm there, right? I'm here. And if anybody comes up to me, I can turn it on. Hey, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome to blah, 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 blah. But at the same time, I'm hiding. I'm hiding because it's hard. So I get this. And the bathroom was definitely a place I've gone to hide and been sick and, tried to get away. That's definitely for sure. I'm going to run a three-minute ad because it's begging me to. So off it goes. Okay, so even a political candidate struggling with anxiety confessed that she often faked urgent phone calls or hid in the bathroom to calm down during social events. God sometimes calls people who are very good at some things, but they have a massive fear. And that fear is kind of what qualifies them. You know what I mean? Kind of what qualifies them. Just being able, knowing that they can't do it makes them more dependent on God. I'm going to take, while I hit that button, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go fill up my water, go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Let's let this break play out, and just give me a sec. Hello. I'm back. Turns out I had water, what I needed with pepperoni. So I got that instead. Okay. Here we go. Jumping back into the thing. So we get it. You get it, you get it. What is social anxiety? It's more than shyness or introversion. So like social anxiety itself, we sometimes think of it as, you just kind of don't want to go out, or like I get drained by being with people, or I'm shy. It's not it's deeper than that. Social anxiety disorder is defined as an intense, persistent fear of social or performance situations, essentially fear of being judged or embarrassed in front of others. And that's the key, right? An introvert avoids the social situations because it's going to suck all the life out of them, not because they think everybody there is going to hurt them or going to judge them or make them feel bad, right? Somebody with shyness, they may be struggling with some self-doubt or thinking that they're not quite as cool or attractive as they could be, or they got some kind of physical thing, right? So they're shy. And that is it's a bit of like, man, I don't want anybody to point that out. But that's really different than being, if I go there, people are going to hurt me. They're going to hurt me, and I don't want to be there. That's where it comes down to. Fear of being judged or embarrassed in front of others. They're going to do something bad. And so therefore I don't want to go because I know for a fact, or I'm very, very sure somebody's going to say something and it's going to wreck my entire experience. One psychologist simply describes it as anxiety that occurs in a social situation, which causes such distress that the person avoids things they want or need to do, right? That's another part of it, right? If you can screw yourself up, sorry, that's old school. If you can encourage yourself, what do they call that? Why am I talking like an 1800s? If you can, work yourself up to a place where you can go, right? You just you kind of get over it. Maybe that a little, not quite. This is someone that really doesn't want to go. Sorry, I left the music on. This is somebody who's afraid, like literally afraid. So you don't go to church. You don't go to you don't go to the counselor, and you don't go to a party that you were invited to, and you don't go to the birthday party, and you don't go visit your, whatever, you don't go to the reunion, and it's like things you really want to do, but you're just like, if I go, it's gonna be painful. I don't, you're terrified of what could happen when you're there. Which guys not tell me I'm dangerous because I'm slow from a tumor. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? So Conroy's like, if I go to a place, someone's gonna say something bad to me, and I don't want to feel bad. I don't want them to accuse me of things that I'm not. And so therefore going there, super not fun. In other words, social anxiety is a fear of negative evaluation by other people, leading to feelings of inadequacy, humiliation, and depression in social settings. Someone with social anxiety isn't antisocial. In fact, they often desire connection, but are terrified of being judged. If you recall, we talked recently about AVPD, avoidant personality disorder, which is people who desire to go out, they desire to want to be part of groups, but they're so scared of rejection, specifically rejection, that they refuse to step out and actually try, right? There's no point in me trying to get a job. Nobody will hire me. There's no point in me trying to make a friend. Nobody wants to be my friend. There's no point in me trying to call those folks. They'll just avoid me. Right? They there's no point. This is literally, as opposed to they don't care and there's no point in, it's more along the lines of these people are going to do something to me that's going to hurt my feelings. That's why I don't want to go. I want to go, but if I go there, I'm going to say or do something that's going to trigger somebody to do something, say something bad to me, and it's just going to reinforce all the misery and fears that I have about myself and all the ways that I think other people think of me. And so therefore I'm not going to put myself in that situation, right? Ali Maresh, reflecting on her years of struggle, said it well: my fear of being judged and rejected by other people, the very definition of social anxiety, controlled my life. And it does. It's what happens is, I want to be better at whatever, but the way to get better is It's by taking the class. The class is in public. I want to, I struggle with this sin, or I struggle with loneliness, or I struggle with whatever. The better thing for me to do would be to go out and meet some people. But the anxiety keeps me from doing that. It keeps you from improving your life. And so therefore it ends up being something that it's crippling. It's crippling. Like, I want to get better. I want to serve people. I want to know what God's like. I want to know what life is like. I want to meet a girl. I want to meet, whatever. But I stay home, come too afraid. Saying social anxiety. What it feels like. Explain for the uninitiated. So if you don't know what this feels like, I put together some, I had ChatGPT. I went through this. We put together some stuff. So like ChatGPT definitely helped. So put together some, what it feels like if you don't know, if you never experienced this before, or if you're wondering if you have it. So for those who have never experienced it, social anxiety can be hard to grasp. Here's how you might explain it to a grandparent, a parent, or anyone who just doesn't get it in plain terms and everyday examples. So it's like you have a grandparent, a mom and dad, who's like, why don't you just go? Just go. Just go. Just go. What? Here's why, right? Here's why. Let me come back to that, Cubester. Just let me keep going on this for a bit. So, what it feels like. So, number one, constant fear of judgment. Imagine constantly fearing that others are scrutinizing your every move. It's like being on stage 24/7. A socially anxious person walks into a room and immediately thinks everyone is looking at me and noticing how awkward I am. Okay, this is social anxiety, constant fear of judgment. And boy, I walk in and immediately my fly down. I'm overweight. People see that. I'm lumbering weirdly. Why am I doing that with my arm? My complexion is bad. What a stupid haircut. People are thinking I'm super old, and why would they ever listen to me? Just all that stuff like that. I'm projecting super hard, right? On everybody in the room. They're really nice people. This is all coming in my head, right? Okay, good. Yeah, Swag. That's one of the reasons I'm doing this for sure. Everyone's looking at me and noticing how awkward I am. They are terrified of saying the wrong thing or being laughed at, right? Or for me, like when it comes to, say, being pastor or speaking or, reach or something like that, saying something, not just to get laughed at, but that I'm finally exposed. Here's my brain, right? Finally exposed as the fraud that I am. Finally exposed as the idiot that I really am. Finally exposed as the fool, the faker that I really am. Because, in my mind, I've got this anxiety that I am not good at what I do. I am not effective. I'm not where I should be. I'm not, whatever. And so when someone comes up and I feel like what they're saying to me, or I feel like what they're looking at me and getting into, it's like, oh, they see through it. They know that I'm as bad as I think I am. They may not have said anything, but it's terrifying to think. Yeah, Sifo Dias, and they thought he was dangerous to a planet. Don't know who that is. Oh, you're talking about that other thing. Okay, never mind. Sorry. As one therapist puts it, social anxiety feels like an oppressive, all-consuming monster. You crave connection, yet you also feel an urge to run and hide. It's a tug-of-war between wanting to be with people and wanting to disappear. I remember that. Specifically with that hamburger, it sounds really stupid when you say it out loud. If you get it, you get it. But so there I am, and there's this girl, but she's like 20, probably 20 something, and she's giving out hamburgers, and she's there to be nice. Like, it was at a store, and it was at the store my son works at, and so she, like a fellow employee kind of thing, and he knows who she is, and her whole thing there was to strike up conversations. In fact, I learned later that she is in public relations and learning to be like a journalist, like to be on TV. And I'm like, she's going to be good at that, because she was that was what she was trying to do, was to be nice, to be to connect to folks, to make the place look better. Right? That was what she was supposed to do. Here's a burger. I'm friendly. Come buy stuff. That's a good thing. Because of the run and hide, I couldn't make myself go have a conversation. I would have loved to. what are you in? What school do you do? Why, how come you're working here? Why are you doing, the hamburger thing? Why, like you'd usually be like some guy out here, what gets you out here? What's your job? Like and to be able to kind of have that conversation, I would love to do that. But I was, in that moment, there was such a high level of anxiety and been, stuff going on that I couldn't make it happen. And I did. I ran around and I disappeared. And I sat and ate my little burger in a corner, around a corner behind some pallets. And it sounds terrible. It sounds really weak and really horrible. Like it sounds like, and that's a part of, me admitting this is really difficult because I don't want you guys to see me as someone who is going to cause you a problem. Like I would imagine you think of somebody from Taco, right? Somebody from Taco is hearing this and they're like, yeah, we do not want him to represent us. Right? That's the fear. It's scary stuff. Physical panic reactions. Social anxiety isn't just in your head. It hits your body hard. Heart pounding, palms sweating, face flushing bright red, stomach tied in knots. You can feel a mild version of a panic attack. Vision blurs, ears ring, you might start trembling or feeling dizzy. For me, it was my stomach, man. I got super sick to my stomach. It felt pressure all the time, and I just felt like I had just acid and stabbing pain. Just that's what it felt like all the time. Like my shoulders are tight, my body's tight, my joints hurt. It sucked. And those panic attacks where things are going bad in life, I finally get out and I'm going to a grocery store. This has happened even recently. This used to happen more. It hadn't happened for a while. Even recently, walked through a grocery store, and I think I have a theory that the coldness of the grocery store tells my brain that I'm anxious because it's sort of a similar reaction, right? Like wanting to kind of curl up and wanting to get out of the cold and, a little bit shivery and whatever. And all of a sudden my brain is like, oh, are we having a panic attack now? And it's like, no, I'm just walking through a really cold grocery store and they are, and of course I'm in public and stuff. And so it just it can get out of control. And I've had to kind of pause, push myself to the side and be like, sorry, girls. I'm there with my daughters, right? It happened multiple times. Like, I just need a second. My body is freaking out on me right now. And I'm just gonna give me a minute. And then my daughter will give me a hug and it'll just be like, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds. And then I'll just kind of make myself, okay, let's just keep going. I got to get through this. And then, but it sucks because you're physiologically feeling bad about stuff that you shouldn't be. It's grocery store. Nobody cares. I'm not even talking to anybody. Just buying some stuff and my brain is screwy. If you ever need a person that reach to hang out with, don't pressure you. It won't pressure you to talk or be social, but still feel included. Volunteer by services. That's usually the right thing. Just the be around. You can be my teddy bear. All right, and we'll be King Swag. You can be my teddy bear. I just carry him around and talk to him, and he doesn't expect anything of me. Whoops. To an outsider, a teen at school event might just seem quote unquote quiet, but inside they're dealing with racing heart, an urge to escape. It's the same fight or flight response you get if a bear walked into the room, except the bear is just the fear of social embarrassment. So for swag, yeah, maybe like if you don't know what this is like, where you're terrified to walk into a place because you think everybody's going to be mean to you, and then when you finally do get to the place, your entire body is reacting like there's something bad going to happen. You are in fight or flight the entire time you are there. And so the only thing you can do is kind of pull yourself to the side and be like, I don't want to be in a fight or flight. I just want to, do this and be here. But your body's freaking out. Super unfun. Do not recommend. 0 out of 10. Mind reading and self-critique. This is another thing that it's like when you have social anxiety. People with social anxiety often become their worst critics. In a conversation, they're not only trying to talk, but also internally monitoring themselves. Did I just sound stupid? Do they think I'm boring? And this is me on stream all the time, right? Like, why am I saying it that way? How many, especially if I'm editing, right? How many times did I say How many times did I say right? Why do I say right at the end of every single sentence? Why do I so much? I thought I got got rid of that in my speaking. Why am I stuttering? Where'd that come from? I'm not a stutterer. You know, I just like, I'm seeing that. I'm like, how does anybody ever listen to what I say? You know, and then it's like, oh, I'm boring. And I've talked to you this before, right? If I go hover over the viewers and I see, hey, Leah Spaghetti, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Glad you're here. Like if I hover over the viewers and I don't know what the number's supposed to be, whatever it is, it's never the right one. It's either too much or too little or too whatever. You know, suddenly I'm super self-conscious about everything I'm saying and everything I'm doing and everything where are my hands? You know, am I in frame? Am I doing things right? What if I'm down here and I'm doing this? So you guys think I'm stupid because of gesturing out of frame? You know, it's like, that is what's going on. Mind reading and self-critique. It's just all the time whenever I'm thinking through stuff. It helps in a sense because it makes me think through like stuff, makes me think through why am I doing what I'm doing and what should I be and where should I be and how should I do this? I try to do it as best as I can, kind of, but at the same time, it's really, really hard. And it's unfair as well. Like, it is not fair to you as a group for me to like be critiquing you for things you're not actually saying or thinking or doing, right? It sucks, man. I tell you, it sucks. Afterward, so we go home. Afterward, they replay every word that they said, convinced they made a fool of themselves. The irony is, others likely didn't notice any faux pas at all. Yeah, it's true, because a lot of people there are struggling, and what you see as like this big thing that you did, and you're like, man, why did I say that? I thought that would be funny, or I thought that would be, genuine, or I thought, and it didn't work, and people think I'm, nobody else is thinking of you, like nobody else. And I know that because if you put the shoe on the other foot, like if you sit there after a party, say you've been to some party, you met some folks, and then you go home, are you thinking, of that one person that said that one thing that one time to or near you? And you're like, oh, that person's the worst. They're so dumb. Like, you don't remember because you don't care that much. And that's everybody else does not care that much, except for you, who is like beating yourself up because that's all you could think of. Psychologists call this the mental trap. Call this mental trap the liking gap, where both people in a conversation tend to underestimate how much the other actually likes them. In other words, the anxious person is almost always judging themselves far more harshly than anyone else. So this comes from an article that I found called Why People Probably Like You More Than You Think, from Psychology Today. Right? Like, you're probably too critical of yourself. You definitely are too critical of yourself. That's just true. And so I wanted to, like, social anxiety is a big deal. And chances are a lot of it is lie. And that is another thing. You feel it physically, and a lot of it is lies. A lot of it's lies in your head. Okay, the urge to escape. Someone with social anxiety, escape feels like survival. They might abruptly leave a party early or avoid events entirely. If they do stay, you might find them hiding in the back, avoiding eye contact, or taking frequent bathroom breaks. As we saw earlier, one counselor noted that in social situations, an anxious person often strategizes about the best escape route in order to not attract attention. It's not that they hate people. They're just overwhelmed by fear at that moment, right? Because how do I get out of here? Remember, you're surrounded by bears. There's bears and there's lions and there's tigers. And your thought is, I need to get out of this room. How do I do that without setting off any of the lions, the tigers, or the bears? Right? That's where you're at. And it's unfair to everybody, especially if you're in like a small group, or you're at school, or literally any other human being. Most of them are not lions, tigers, and bears. You know what I mean? Like, they're not. And yet at the same time, your brain won't let you recognize they're not. See, I don't feel socially anxious people drag interactions down. I like make people feel included. Maybe that's why I can be the teddy bear. And if you're able to convey and let people feel a sense of confidence or a sense of acceptance around you in a quick way, I would say that's a God-given gift, because it's hard to do. If you could crack through this and become a safe person, boy, that's a gift. It really is. It really is a gift. I watched a show called The Encounter. Jesus would go to those in need in a modern setting. When people asked him, "Who are you?" he would always respond, "Who am I? Who do you say that I am?" I don't know if I'd be brave enough to say that. Well, what do you think? I don't like that. Jesus can say that because, you know, he's but I don't think I can say that. I think God showed this to me when I was searching for a godly show to watch last night. Oh, that's nice. It's nice. Aftermath of isolation and self-blame. Once this person is safely alone, there's usually a huge wave of relief. Thank goodness that's over, they think. But sadly, that relief is often followed by feelings of loneliness and shame. They might... Oh, this is hitting me hard. Okay. Won't cry on stream. But sadly, that relief is often followed by feelings of loneliness and shame. They might beat themselves up. Why can't I be normal? I'm so upset I couldn't speak up, right? I wish I could have helped. I wish I could have been there more. I wish I could have spoke better. I wish I wouldn't have spoken so fast. I wish I could have met that person that I thought was really cool. I wish I wouldn't have shot myself in the foot and ran away before the fun actually started. Or, you know, then you hear a story afterwards. Oh, yeah, after you left, it was such a, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, why did I leave? Why did I want to leave? I didn't want to leave. I just ended up running away. That sucks. And you just, you know, yeah, you beat yourself up. The cycle can be brutal. As soon as the pressure is gone, the isolation and disappointment sets in. It's like escaping a storm only to find yourself in a depressing calm. Friends and family might not understand why the person is withdrawn or upset after social events. After all, nothing bad even happened. But internally, the socially anxious individual is wrestling with a lot of self-critical thoughts. Yeah. This is how it is, man. And a lot of the people that you're serving in computer land, you know, in digital missions, they struggle with this, right? So if you're looking at people who are watching your stream or listening to you, and like they are, like their fear of judgment, like when they come into your stream, they come to talk to you, or they come sit next to Swag, right? Their fear is that you are going to judge them for how they look or how they sound, right? They're in a state of fight or flight already, so they're sensitive. Right? It won't take much to set them off. You ever sat next to somebody who's had too much coffee, or like my kids come into the room, you know, headphones on, I'm locked in. I've had way too much caffeine because I'm trying to get stuff done. And all of a sudden they open the door and I'm like, oh, you know, like I jump, like, and the instinct is like, why are you here? Ah! You know, but it's just, they came in to say hello or something. But I'm already in fight or flight because of, you know, all the caffeine I've ingested. It's kind of like that. So you just know someone's sitting next to Swag, and they are, you know, they're already wondering what Swag thinks, and they pretty sure that Swag thinks that they are ugly, foolish, stupid, dumb, whatever, or that, you know, that you're in their way. There's another one. I'm I shouldn't be sitting this close to Swag. Well, now I'm sitting too far away. That's probably rude. Right? Is my body heat like annoying them? I feel like I'm warm today. Like, what if they're feeling that? Do I smell? Like, what's my breath like? I just had coffee. I probably shouldn't talk to them. If I'm going to talk, I'm going to face away from them so they don't have to breathe my breath, because that's terrible. Right? Like that, already I'm there. And now my stomach's in knots, and I'm sweating, and I'm freaking out, all because I sat next to Swag. No, he didn't do anything yet. All he's done is be sitting down. That's all he's done so far. Yeah, exactly. You know, yeah, the Peter one. Yeah, exactly. No, I get it. Yeah. I'm just saying, for me, I'm not sure I'd be able to do that. Does caffeine makes anxiety worse? It makes you more jittery, more amped, more fight or flight. And I'm sitting next to this, and all of a sudden he hasn't said anything, or he does say something, and I'm like, okay, what did he mean by that? Right? What did he mean by that? He said hello, but did he mean hello? Did he mean like get lost? Like when he said it, it was like, well, hello, you know, which means I shouldn't be here, right? I shouldn't. He's probably waiting for somebody. I should probably go. Or, you know, he said hello. Oh crap, he wants to have a conversation. I didn't mean to start anything. Now I have to try to be friendly. I don't know what's going on. Hi. You know, that is happening because Swag. And then all of a sudden I say something. Oh, maybe I said that too loud. And you're like, oh, like. and then the urge to escape. How quickly can I get away from swag? Now that this horrible person has made me feel so terrible by sitting in one spot and saying hello, how do I get away from him? What is the least rude way I can be like, oh, I gotta go? So usually it's, oh, look my phone, and then I walk off, or I point at nothing. Get up and go. It's awful. It's awful, man. It's awful. You felt this too? Yeah. Good to see you, Shepherd. And then after I've walked away to my pretend place that the phone didn't send me away from swag, I'm like, frick, I'm the worst. That guy probably thinks I'm a jerk. You know, why couldn't I just say hello? Maybe if I avoid eye contact, yeah, another one. You know, why can't I just say hello? If they're probably nice. Like, who was that person? I mean, they're probably nice. They're probably fine. What's wrong with me? Right? Thank you, Swan. Right? A year. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for supporting for an entire year. That's really cool of you. Very, very cool. Yeah. So that's just one. Okay? That's just one. That's just swag. Now, make a room full of them. Right? How do you think that feels to a person with social anxiety? Doesn't matter who's in the room. Doesn't matter. They could all be the nicest people in the whole world. And if I go to Reach, they are the nicest people in the whole world. Right? But yet, my body and brain won't let me believe that. It's crazy. Tough. In short, social anxiety is more than just shyness. It's a debilitating mix of intense fear, physical distress, and negative thoughts that can make something as simple as attending church or answering a phone call feel like climbing a mountain. Understanding this is the first step of empathizing with those who experience it. This is actually why Taco is creating the Taco Tranquility Room at Reach. We sat and we talked about it, and we're like, what do we want to do? And part of it started with, hey, we should do TacoCon. You know, this is a chance for us to do some stuff there and like do some talks and maybe, you know, do some cool stuff. And that quickly died in where we were like, well, our job, like what we want to serve people. We're there to serve. We don't want it to make it about us. So what can we do? And so we asked around, like I sent a message to a bunch of people who went last year, like what was missing? Like when you were there. And a couple of them were like, you know what? A place to go when the anxiety started, or when stressing out, or just to kind of rest, take a little break. There just wasn't anywhere to go. People were like leaving and getting in their cars and stuff like that. And so it was like, I don't somewhere to go. And we're like, okay, let's do that. So we're creating the Taco Tranquility Room so that people have a place to go that's still in the venue, but is more chill. That's the mission. Because we are sensitive and some of us struggle with this social anxiety stuff, we want to make sure that people who have that, you know, that will have that, be able to not have to leave. That's the plan. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. I mean, we haven't pulled it off yet. We're still working on trying to put it all together. We figured out what it's going to look like. We figured out how to get like the basics, like the couches and the lamp and the chairs and stuff like that there. Now our job as individuals is we're going to we gave a little budget to everybody to like decorate their little section. Like Quiz has got one, and Samus has one, and I have one, and Ukulele has one, and it's going to be a little bit different but also the same. And so that's the next part, just kind of make it fun. We're going to have coloring pages. We're going to have like adult coloring pages. We're going to have fidgets. We're going to have those little silencer things for people that need like have ear stuff, little silicone things. What else are we going to have? We're going to have all kinds of fun things to be able to help folks to get through that event as smoothly as they possibly can. Conroy says, I go through some of that, but start talking about violence to each of the side. Want me to go talk to someone they mentioned. So yeah, I mean, you got to be careful, right? Like you can be your own worst enemy if you either go too deep too fast, or you like talk about something controversial and you end up making it harder on yourself. Yeah. I mean, there's a place for that, time for that. And maybe that group is for that. But if they're not, chances are you're going to work your way there, right? Ask more questions. If you want to just, instead of saying something, bringing something up, just ask more questions. Be the guy who is like, what do you do? And what's that like? And where do you do that? And who, what's your favorite thing? Just be the guy who asks a bunch of questions, because people love talking about themselves. Okay, so here's a section, basically, the Bible. What does the Bible have to say about this? And really, what we're talking about is fear. Fear of man, right? Fear of man. That's what we're talking about. And it is, we're not supposed to be afraid of things or people, because God is very clear that, he's on our side, and that if we have fear of man, it's going to be a problem. Like Proverbs, right? It'll prove to be a snare, and it will. It causes problems. When you're afraid of people, you're just going to get yourself in trouble and do dumb stuff and set up protections for yourself that are actually hurting what you want to do. A Christian with social anxiety, this hits home. The fear of what others think can indeed become a paralyzing trap, but the second half of that verse offers hope. But whoever trusts in the Lord is kept safe, Proverbs 29:25. Overcoming social anxiety doesn't mean you suddenly stop being introverted, but it may involve shifting focus from people's opinion to God's opinion. Really, this comes down to a biblical form of cognitive behavioral therapy, right? Like, we're not alone in this. Moses, right? If you remember Moses, he really struggled. He felt like people think he had like a stutter, or he had some kind of physical thing going on where he's like, I'm not good at speaking. I don't have good language skills, or he's a stutterer or something. And so therefore he's like, I don't think you should pick me, because that's going to be embarrassing for you and for me. And God's like, I will solve that by reminding you who made your mouth and who gives you words. Like I will solve that problem by me. I chose you. Shepherd says, asking questions has helped me a lot with my own struggles with being social. Good advice. I taught myself to be interested in people who are, in who people are, instead of hearing people, especially if people think towards me. Yeah, it is the hackiest life hack ever when it comes to social situations is just ask a bunch of questions, right? Like, what do you do? Oh, that sounds interesting. What is that like? And then if you can add, like, say, like, I work at a printing press, and that's cool. Printing press, you don't hear that very often. What do you print? Like, well, that sounds like it takes forever. Why would people choose that over, say, like digital printing services at Staples? He's like, well, actually, because we don't just print it, we also bind it, and we put like custom cover. People love that stuff, especially for something special. Like, we don't produce a lot. I've had this conversation. That's why I can do this. We don't produce a lot, but we make everything, including the box it's in. It's very cool. Oh, that sounds rad. Like, who have you done that for? It is life hack. And then you learn some stuff, man. You learn some stuff. I wanted that guy to do my book. I wanted a copy of my book by that guy, but it was so much money. Nope, not gonna do it. Plus, it would be like gold leaf and stuff. A little pretentious. Gideon, hiding from the spotlight, right? So Gideon is a great example of someone who was hiding at the time. He didn't want to get hurt by the enemies, and God's like, you know what? I'm going to use your anxiety and use your fear, and I'm going to make you a leader, and you're going to learn to trust me. And then as he was learning to trust God, God kept whittling away the army and whittling away, to kind of go, God has the strength to be able to do this. God will deliver you. Like, why are we pointing this out? Do we think that miraculously God's going to do some crazy stuff? Is all we have to do is pray? No. But what we can do is say, my fear of man, which I know is unfounded in a lot of senses, comes from a place that's inside of me, with my own brain problems, with my own history, my own PTSD, and probably some spiritual attack. So therefore, thinking it through, well, Moses was freaking out about what he was going to say. What'd God say? Well, I'll be with you, I'll be your words. When Gideon was freaking out, and he didn't know what was the next step or how to help himself, and he's running away, what did God do? Well, God was very patient and gracious with him and gave him the equipment that he needed, the minimum amount of equipment to be able to get the job done. Like, he didn't, blow his doors off. He actually showed he could do a lot with a little. Wow, maybe I don't need to talk to everybody. Maybe I could do a lot with a little and only sit and have one or two conversations, right? King Saul, literally hiding. Like, that King Saul was hiding among the baggage when he was supposed to be coronated, because he was just overwhelmed. Like, other people, I think, just kind of go, other people are feeling this too. And if other people are nervous and I'm nervous and at least that way I can kind of go, let me try for their sake and for mine to be able to see if we can have the conversation. Instead of just trust me, yeah, God will patiently teach us to trust him. Exactly. And maybe, it gets a little bit better, 1% better when you go to that have that conversation and you walk away. You still feel like crap. You still wonder, but you're like, but actually, I did do that one thing good. And, a little bit more practice for sure. Timothy's a great example of someone who, he was a man who, but just literally a nervous wreck. He was in charge of like big churches, really important ministries. Paul would just send him places, leave him places. And Paul kept, kind of having talked to him about the timidity that he had, the fear that he had of people. He was left in, a really important church. And Paul was basically like, God didn't give you a spirit of fear, right? You have access to the Holy Spirit. You have access to strength. You have access to prayer. You have access to God's, self-discipline. You have access to that. You can exercise that. You can ask God for help. And so before you walk in, while you're there, instead of I need to escape, it'd be like, no, I don't need to be afraid. I know a lot of this stuff is just in my head. God, please help. God, show me what I need to do. God, just calm me down, because God has given you access to that if you use it, if you want those traits. Yeah. Do not be afraid, I'm with you. Yeah. Jeremiah. Yeah. Like, man, talk about a rough Joshua, Jeremiah. Both have a rough job, man. Both have a rough job. And God's like, I'll be with you. People suck and they're going to suck, but I'll be with you. If you battle social anxiety, take heart. God understands that fear and can equip you to do what you're called to do in spite of it. He's not going to turn you into a social butterfly, right? Chances are he's not going to make it so that you never, ever feel that again. What he's going to do is he's going to use that fear, use that panic, use that, fight or flight to drive you to a place of dependence where you're like, I have to do it anyway. Yeah, exactly, Zach. Exactly. To drive you to a place of dependence. Like when I was sitting in the bathroom sick as a dog every Sunday for a decade, right? Part of that was me going, God, I can't, if I deliver this sermon, it has to be you. I've tried to do as much study as I can. I've tried to figure this stuff out. If people want to talk to me, I want to be able to help them. I want to be good. I want to be spiritually on. I want to give good advice. I don't want to run away from folks who need me. God, give me the strength to be able to just kind of step there. And then I'd walk out of the bathroom, and being sick and being miserable and being socially anxious drove me to prayer and dependence, right? That is a good thing. And then you get through what it is, right? Pickle Pepsi, gross. No, thank you. In church history, too, numerous respected Christians have been introverts or suffered anxiety. In fact, studies suggest a large percentage of pastors are introverts, possibly 25 to 40%. Yeah, most of the ones I know are not extroverts. I know a few extroverts, and they stick out in a crowd. Let me tell you what. The church is often led by people who naturally prefer solitude over crowds. The difference is that they've learned, like Timothy, to lean on God's power to fulfill their calling, despite personal discomfort. Being an introvert or anxiety prone isn't a spiritual failure. It's a human trait that God can work with and work through. That's the thing to know. It can be something that actually makes you more qualified to serve, right? Like when I was preaching, I'd have a lot of people be like, wow, you preach different than others. You connect to me differently than others have in the past, and I think part of the reason that I was an effective preacher or quote unquote a good preacher was because I was so terrified that every week I needed to be dependent on God more and more and more, because I knew that if it was up to me, I was going to freak out. And so I had to give it to God. I had to prepare well. I had to be prayed up. Otherwise I couldn't make it. And in that, I think that's where God can work the best. Gentle coping anchors. I'm gonna take a bite of my pepperoni. It's European style, which means it looks like E.T.'s finger and chews like it would be E.T.'s finger too. If I could interject related to the topic, could I have prayers for my trip to Dragon Con? Even though I'm excited, there's always anxious fear of man inside of me when it comes to interacting with people I know hate Christianity, that I hope to be able to talk to these people in love, but not compromise if I'm outed. Yeah. That's true too, right? Like I don't want to misrepresent God. I don't want to be, should be deny Jesus or whatever. But at the same time, I don't want to be that guy that, the one we talked about before, the copy paste guy who just doesn't really care and just doesn't care what anybody thinks or feels, but just wants to, throw the gospel down their throat. I don't want to be that either. So, Lord, help me find that middle ground. Yeah. I'll pray for you, bud. Lord, there are a lot of us that are struggling with this. How do we relate well to people in a way that we can deal with it without it being fear, but at the same time dealing with our own struggles? How do we meet people, show them love, be obedient to you, but at the same time not be, overly pressuring or something like that? It's hard for Jones. He wants to be there. He knows these people. He loves you. He loves them. And he wants to try to thread this needle. He's got the social anxiety that causes him to wonder whether or not he did it right, said it right. But he also feels drawn to them to want to be part of the crowd because he likes them. He likes the activity. He likes to be part of it. I pray that you'd give him the wisdom and patience and the insight to be able to navigate those conversations well and not to beat himself up. If you open up a door, help him step through it. If you don't open doors, help him to be able to just be salt and light where people don't necessarily have to be told, but he's just there making the place better because your spirit's working through him. Amen. All right, let's talk about some coping ways to cope. How can you deal with this and kind of process it, right? I can relate to that. One thing I do feel anxiety about speaking the truth in love. And I think that's a good thing. I think that there should be a place for anxiety within anybody who's trying to have an important conversation. You should be dependent on God. You should take it seriously, right? It's like a heart surgeon, right? You want the heart surgeon to have a little bit of humility and go, okay, I'm not going to just charge in there, start slicing. I need to make sure that I'm in the right place, got all my tools right, have a little bit of that. Let's make sure that we think about this properly, as opposed to somebody who just kind of goes in there. I've done this a million times. Chop, 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 chop. Like that person might make mistakes. You want a little bit of anxiety in that situation to cause them to think about it, to process it, to really, concentrate, as opposed to somebody who's super confident and doesn't feel like they need to concentrate at all. I think in the same way, those heart conversations, you should have a little bit of anxiety there or some anxiety there to make it so that you take it seriously, that you're actually actively listening, that you're trying to, kind of sense where God's at in this and let go or pull in or, which way, what do you do? I think it's a good thing. Okay, how do we cope with this? Expert tips for managing social anxiety. While faith provides foundation, God also gives us practical means through wise counselors and research to cope with social anxiety. Here's some gentle research-based strategies. Think of them as anchors to steady you when the anxiety hits. Number 1, practice mindfulness and grounding techniques. When panic swells, return to the present moment. Psychologists recommend simple grounding exercises like 5 senses check-in. Consciously note something you could see, hear, feel, smell, taste. This is the if you struggle with anger, it's the count to 10. If you struggle with panic, it's the, think about, where am I? What do I, hence all that feeling stuff. What it is basically, it is a mindfulness technique, a grounding technique that when you start to panic, purposefully going, I'm going to get off this trolley. I'm going to get onto a different trolley and I'm going to hit the brakes on that. Because when I let that go, right, I'm going to spiral. I can feel the spiral coming. I'm not going to let it spiral. I'm going to ask myself, what's going on? I'm going to step to the side. Here's something I can do. I can, the 5 senses thing is kind of fun. What do I hear? What do I feel? What do I smell? What do I taste? Another one is to go through your body, kind of like squeeze your toes, squeeze your squeeze your calves, squeeze your quads, squeeze your stomach, squeeze your shoulder, squeeze your arm, do that kind of, and as you're doing that, as you're kind of working your way through your body, you're not thinking about the panic. you're avoiding the freak out, which is really you trying to kind of shift gears. It's helpful. Deep breathing is another powerful tool. Slow diaphragmatic breaths activate your calming response. Yeah, breathing. And so go to the bath. Maybe don't go to the bathroom to do your breathing. Not the best place to go do your breathing. Go outside. And do a few breaths, and then recognize that you can physiologically change your attitude through the power of mindfulness, for sure. Ali Maresh shared that overcoming her anxiety involved deep, repeated efforts of deep breathing when the moment hit. Daily mindfulness practices. These techniques help you recenter when you're starting to spiral. That's all it is. And there's a million different techniques for doing this. Like, if I'm gonna just Google some list of mindfulness techniques to deal with anxiety. There's a bunch. Mindfulness exercises. There we go. Pay attention. Live in the moment. Focus on breathing. Body. Yeah, there's the body scan. You can do the you figure out where your legs are, your arms are, your palms are. That's one. Sitting. That's not a very good list. There are better lists out there. You can go up 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's a good one. Yep. Mindful eating. That's another good one. Just kind of be like, okay, I'm going to sit here and chew and taste. Things like that. There's mindful coloring. Yeah. There's lots of ways you can do this. You get your fidget thing out, you click it a little bit, or things like that. Nothing wrong with it. You start doing math, do some math, things like that. Just to change gears. Recenter. All right, have a good one. Challenge negative thoughts. Use a CBT approach, cognitive behavioral therapy. Social anxiety feeds on distorted thoughts. Everyone is judging me. I'm gonna mess up. All that stuff, right? So cognitive behavioral therapy is a proven method that teaches you to identify and challenge these thoughts. For example, if you catch yourself thinking, I always sound stupid, a CBT reframe would be, I feel insecure, but it's unlikely everyone thinks that. I have friends who enjoy talking with me, right? CBT, by definition, is where you take what you're thinking and you run it through the filter of truth. And you just based on what I know, and based on what I've felt, and based on what I've read, and based on what I when I think about this for real, is that feeling true? Am I stupid? No, probably not stupid. What's going on right now? Well, I feel kind of insecure because in social situations, I don't feel that great. And so therefore I tend to judge myself more harshly and project it onto other people. I'm probably doing that right now. So probably don't think I'm stupid. Probably me making them think they think I'm stupid. That's probably me. So what's the truth? Well, chances are I don't sound stupid if I'm projecting. And have I ever had a good conversation with somebody? Yeah. Have I had good conversations while I've been here? Probably. So therefore I'm probably fine, right? That's CBT. It's just thinking, rethinking. Yeah, logically. Exactly. Dr. Don Potter, a psychologist, explains that in treating social anxiety, you want to help people challenge those expectations and adopt a more positive self-talk rather than negative self-talk. Positive self-talk rather than negative self-talk. That's a skill. You could learn that, right? Like if you're the person I always beat myself up. I'm just so hard on myself. You can talk yourself out of that, right? Not that you become like the super arrogant person who thinks you're the greatest thing since sliced bread. But if you're the kind of person that is consistently just being the worst to yourself, that's a habit. That's a practice. That's something that you've taught yourself to do, probably because that's what your mom did. That's what your dad did. That's what your teacher did. That's what somebody you respected did. And they just were like a non-stop up your nose about stuff. You could never be good enough. And you just thoroughly engendered that. And now you do that to yourself when they're not around. You can practice, get yourself out of that. And CBT is part of the way to do that. It's going to be like, that's not right. That's not right. That's not right. Not right. Just kind of think it through. Yep. Truth instead of fear. Face your fears gradually. Don't avoid everything. This is the one nobody wants to hear, but it's true. It's tempting to cope by total avoidance, skipping every party, declining every invitation. The catch is, if you always avoid what scares you, you never get a chance to prove your fear wrong, and the anxiety can actually grow. Counselors instead recommend gradual exposure. Take baby steps outside of your comfort zone. For instance, start by hanging out one-on-one with a close friend at a coffee shop, low pressure, right? So that might mean that you initiate it, right? You're the one who goes, I would like to, let's go for coffee. Let's go for coffee out. This is me practicing. Even though I know you're the safest person in the world and nothing's going to go, I need to get out of the house. You're safe. I'm going to do that, right? Next time, go with a small group of friends, right? Instead of, maybe I can't go to church. Maybe I can't go to the full thing. Maybe I can't go to the theater. What can I do? I can go with that friend to a place that they are, that I have a safety person, and I'm out with a couple more people. Things like that, right? It's hard. It's way easier to hide. But I was talking to somebody recently. He was actually after the sermon that I gave on Sunday about digital missions. And he came up to me and he said, what do you think? I don't have a job right now, and I'm spending a lot of time at home alone, and I'm on the internet a lot. I'm playing games a lot. And his question was really, how much is too much? How do I know that I'm in trouble? Like, is it okay that I do gaming stuff, and that I'm hanging out with gamer friends, and I'm I'm on Discord, or I'm on internet stuff, or I'm doing forums, or I'm watching, shows and stuff. Like how do I know I'm in trouble? At what point? Or should I just stop all that? And my answer to him was digital relationships are as valid as IRL relationships. It is a good thing if you're at home a lot, and obviously other people are going to be busy. Then hanging out with people online is totally fine. You're in between stuff right now. If you're looking for a job, you haven't got one yet. You have more time on your hands, right? And so that's just gonna happen. And you don't want to sit there with your finger up your nose. And there's only so much walking you can do, so there's nothing wrong with you doing that. But I said, here's what you should check, right? If you're being invited out by he said he does have some IRL friends. Like if you're being invited out, but you keep saying no because you want to keep kind of going inward, that's probably a bad sign. If you are not eating, or you are not, educating, or you're not sending out your resumes, or you're not doing the healthy things you need to be doing, because you're spending time online, because you're spending time on the game, because you're trying to avoid that stuff, that's a problem, right? If you end up not doing the healthy things that you should be doing, and you start pulling yourself further in, that's probably too much, right? You don't have to say zero, but just make sure you check yourself. And if you find it's an unhealthy level because it's keeping you from good things, chances are that's a problem now. I think in the same way, right, is that you don't have to be a party animal, and you don't have to go always out with a small group. But if you have a friend that calls and he's like, hey, you want to go out for coffee? And you're like, nope, I'm never, and you just don't say yes ever, that's probably a problem, because that means you're letting your anxiety win. Or if your friend calls you up and is like, hey, you want to go to this very safe event, small group of people that you actually know, we're getting together, or, it's a birthday party or something, and you always say no to stuff like that. Like, you're not even willing to step out, not even willing to try, not even be like, yeah, I'll show up for half an hour. I'll show up for an hour. I'll come for the dinner and then leave. Like you're not even willing to try. Chances are you've fallen into the fear trap, and you're making it worse, not better. Do you have to say yes to every single invitation? No. You're like, I already went out this week. Already did that. No, I that's all the experimenting I need. Thank you. But you did say yes. You're not saying no all the time. You have said yes. That means you're willing to step out. You're willing to try to get better. You're willing to try to practice. It's the always saying no is the problem. Eventually you work up to attending larger gatherings or a church event. Step-by-step exposure, especially if done with support, teaches your brain that, hey, I survived that. Maybe it wasn't as catastrophic as I thought. And it could be a long time. Like, we're not talking like, this isn't like a month. Like, one day you invite your friend, the next week you go to the small group, the next week you by the end of the month you're on the worship team. Like this could be like a few years, right? It could be a very long time. And like I talked about at the very beginning of stream, it's not about, day to day. Are you better today than yesterday? It's are you on a trajectory? Is it better this year than last year, this month than last month? Are you getting a little bit better? That's all you want. A little better every day is all you're looking for. A little better every week, every month. Many therapists say gradual exposure is one of the most effective tools for overcoming all anxiety, not just social, but all anxiety, right? Like exposure therapy is a real thing. Lean on scripture. Have a couple scriptures in your back pocket. Cast your cares on him because he cares for you. Philippians 4. Yeah, that's a good one. Do not be anxious, right? Pray about that kind of stuff. Do you have a, that could also be a sort of a form of CBT or a coping mechanism, is that you grab onto that one lifeline verse that just reminds you, like Romans 8, 38 and 39. Nothing can separate me from the love of God. Nothing. Right? Isaiah 41:13. Okay. For I, the Lord your God, hold your right hand. It is I who say to you, fear not, I am the one who helps you. Yeah, or Romans 8, 38, 39, right? Which is, for I'm sure that neither life nor death, nor angels, nor rulers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor powers, nor height, nor depth, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate us from the love of God that's in Jesus Christ our Lord. That's like my favorite verse. And it's a reminder that there's nothing, you can be afraid and God still loves you, and you can freak out and run away and God still loves you, and the enemies surrounding you and all the panic that you're having doesn't separate you from, you are still in the love of God. Like that's a grounding verse. It gives you a chance to kind of go, yeah. Perfect love drowns out fear. Reframe your perspective. People like you more than you think. Here's an encouraging reality check. That voice telling you everyone is judging you negatively is lying. In truth, most people are kinder or more preoccupied with themselves than we assume. Hello, Hannah. How goes the sales today? Psychological research has uncovered a phenomenon called the liking gap. After social interactions, both parties tend to underestimate how much the other liked them. In one set of studies, strangers who chatted for a few minutes consistently rated their conversation partners more positively than they thought they'd been rated. In plain terms, people probably like you more than you give yourself credit for. That's a hard thing to do. If you are if you keep beating yourself up and you convince yourself that you are just the worst, or people don't like you, or people are all fake, even the ones that like you don't really like you, that kind of thing, right? That this could be hard to do, but it's another way of just kind of reframing your thought and going, you know what? Chances are I shouldn't be as hard on myself as I think I am. It's probably fine. Next time you think, they must think I'm so awkward or so dumb or so, whatever. Just remind you that you're probably not thinking that about them. Why aren't you? Well, because you thought it was all right. Well, they might have thought it was all right too, and that's okay. Adopting a more charitable view of others' perceptions can take the pressure off. You don't have to be perfect for people to appreciate you. Chances are they're not dissecting your every word the way you are. Right? Not just chances are, they're not. They've probably forgotten 99% of what you said, and they're just left with the impression that, hey, this person talked to me and they were kind of nice. That's it. That's all I've got. That's okay. Just relax. It's not as bad as you think. This job is sucking the soul of every atom of me, even though I believe that it needs benefits and I want to help families providing them. This company sees nothing but sales and business transactions. Yes, they're insurance sales. That's what they sell. You're right. And sales is hard. And that's all. Yeah, you're exactly right. It takes a certain kind of person to be able to sell. Not everybody can do it. I think there's training you can get, and I think there's practices you can do, and there's work that you can do to be able to make yourself better at it. But it is a hard job. You signed up for a hard job. Shepard said, it helped me when I realized some people may just be just as nervous as me, or even more nervous. Yeah, you're exactly right. And they are. Many are. Yeah. When you're cold calling or you're trying, it's like a 0.01% return, right? For every 1,000 calls you make, you get, I don't know, 10 sales. Like, that's just nature of the beast. And if you can't handle rejection, and you can't handle being ignored, and you can't handle being lied to or told no, or being put on hold and being told, just give me a minute, let me think about it. You can't handle that because you're going to take it personally. Sales is going to be very hard for you because that's just the nature of the beast. It is a very difficult job. Overcoming social anxiety is gradual. Maybe you'll never overcome it, but you can learn how to deal with it, right? Yeah. I mean, that's bad. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but I can say that treating a salesman badly is normal, right? Consider how many people treat telemarketers. Right? Do they get respected and oh, thank you very much, have a nice day? No. They get hung up on, they get told to get lost, they get a horn blasted in their ear. But, they're not trying to hurt anybody. Some of them, many. They're just trying to do their job. It's just a really, really, really hard job to do because by their nature, people don't want to deal with you. By their nature, people don't want to be sold something that, it's just hard. Yep. And you're going to do that a lot more. Customer service reps. Yeah. People working behind the customer service thing at Walmart have been called the worst stuff. They really have, man. Yeah. It takes a certain kind of person to be able to do customer service at that location because people just are really, really hard. And if you're purely commission, then yeah, you only get rewarded by the sales that you make, and you can only get sales if you put in the really insanely hard work and learn all the tricks of the trade. It's hard. It's a hard job. Got $40 for the application they forced me to write in order to be let to the field. Oh, wow. Like you paid $40 or they gave you $40? All right. That's it. We're all in this together. If you struggle with social anxiety, you're not alone. A lot of us do. A lot of us online do. So hopefully that'll be helpful. Hopefully that's helpful. The 40 was the commission I got. Oh, okay. All right. It's like I said, man, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it for you. You've signed up for a very difficult thing. Insurance sales, cold call, straight from home, over the phone insurance sales is an insanely hard job. Can you make money? Some people do, but can you make money right away? Takes a lot to learn who to call, when to know to just, this person's wasting my time, I'm not talking to them anymore. Or this person could be a lead. I should probably, use all my skills to get them. Not easy. It's not easy. I feel bad for you because if you're not having fun, that means that it's been a bad experience, and that sucks for you. But sales just get bad experiences. All right, so that's that. We're gonna jump into Minecraft now because we had the talk. If you want to bring something else up, by all means do. But why don't we jump into Minecraft? I got some stuff to move around, and we can continue to talk. It's not, like I said, it's not for everybody. It's not for everybody. Not for everybody. There are skills you can learn. But like I did sales for a while. I was terrible at it. I'll never do it again. I'm struggling with my anxiety, says Leah Spaghetti. My youth service is starting small groups later tonight. Found this nice to listen to. Yeah, and having some time to kind of process that. Okay, this is what's going on in my heart, and I know this is good for me, and I know I'm going to be there, and I'm going to be freaking out. But now I have some tools to freak out less. That, yeah, hopefully, if that helps, then I'm happy. Then this whole stream was worth it. Come back and let us know how you did. I'd love to hear how it went differently in light of the fact that you were able to kind of perceive it better because of the talk. I didn't see what you got, but that's funny. Curse Forge, that's what I'm trying to remember the name of. A rare security Pegasus named Susan. Love that. Oh man. So when I wrote this program, we went, I think there's 200 different options on both sides. Like I think it's 25 epic and 25 epic names and animals, but they're all random. They're all random. So if you get legendary, it usually means you got an epic mixed with a common. If you get two common, it means you got two common. And if you get something in the middle, you know, you have to get an epic name and an epic thing, whatever the thing is, in order to get epic level. It's hard to do. It's hard to get. I did that sort of thing with going to Reach. I knew that I would be glad that I went, even though I'd be scared and anxious the whole time. Yes. Yeah. Just kind of go, like, it's going to be better for me to go than not go, and I'm going to regret it more having not gone than I will having gone. Right? Yeah. Sometimes that's all you need to get you there. All you need to get you there. Just kind of going, I will feel better once I'm there. I've used the term the ministry of showing up. And really, you don't have to plan everything. You don't have to figure everything out. You don't have to host everything. Just get in the room. Like Sunday morning. You don't have to just get in the room, sit down. Even if you're miserable, at least you're in the room. The blessing and all the good stuff can't happen unless you're there. Same with like a party or a small group or a Bible study or you know, meeting with friends or a birthday party or anything. Right? Like, I don't feel like it. Well, just get to the room. Right? If you're there for 5 minutes, you're like, this is not the worst. I'm leaving. Okay, you went in the room, you made a decision. But chances are, you're going to get there. You're going to enjoy, you know, you'd be like, okay, fine, I'm here. And then something good will happen. And now it's better. But you got to get there. Stand up again because my legs are gonna fall off. Play Minecraft standing. First it was a legendary dragon, second a common meatball. Next a legendary spork named Angelica, now a rare security Pegasus named Susan. You are ready. Yeah, I fully agree that you are ready to take over the world. Play Minecraft standing. Value the short time you have left with your legs before they fall off. I am going to do my best. I'll eat a pepperoni and I'm going to move some stuff. This is just going to be low-end Minecraft. Nothing special. Always an AMA. Feel free to interrupt. I'm going to go take apart the thing I built yesterday. But at least I know how to put it together now. If my legs, how will I reach the ground? Good question. Now, what happens when I break this? Does it release the thing or does it keep it? I'm very curious. Dispenser. Now, if I put the dispenser down. Oh, it did. It put it in my inventory. Okay. Not the end of the world, but still crappy. I guess it's not a shulker box, so yeah, that shouldn't surprise me. Boop. 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 Uh-oh. If I break this, I don't think it's going to come into my inventory. It did not. Okay, we gotta go quick. Put some stuff in the... What do you mean you don't see the game? Are your eyes closed? No, it's now Weird Thursday. Yeah, I changed Wednesday to Wellness Wednesday, and put all the fun stuff at the end of the week. That's good. It's not just me. Because I see it. I'd swear that Samus sometimes just says that she can't see stuff just to mess with me. All right, can I get up there? How do I get up there? Put the rockets back. Get rid of the redstone. Yeah, I don't need a lot of this stuff. Okay, and then, whoop, not that. Flight duration. Good. Just make sure I got all the right colors, and I think we're good to go. I don't know. Can you really not see it though? Now I wonder. So weird. I think it's time to do the outside air. It's okay, rock and roll. Yeah, God bless, man. Maybe I can hang out. We'll try to get a day off due to holidays and my birthday. I don't get... Aw. Are you... No, you're not coming to... Are you coming to Reach? I don't even know. Uh-oh. I didn't realize I had these on here. Yeah. All right. I mean, it's still cool. I mean, I'm gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna remove them. I think so too. Like, it's gonna be a big deal. I think a lot of folks are really gonna enjoy their time at Reach. I know a lot of people that are really excited to go. I'm super nervous, but I kind of feel like I'm gonna get there, and I don't know. I totally changed it to Minecraft. There you go. It's definitely up now. Doing him next month for September. Who? With who? Yeah, I'm sure. I don't even know how I'm going to evaluate whether or not it was good. I think I saw something. I'm just going to do my best to just be, you know. I can't even. Like, I really can't. I don't know what else to say other than I'm just going to show up and let God be happy. Or be happy with whatever God does, I mean. Right? Yeah, we're gonna have the Taco Tranquility Room. Yeah, we are gonna do that. That's the plan anyway. Why did Minecraft chicken cross the road? To get away from the lunatic with the Minecraft sword. He will eat you. That is a dangerous thing. That's very true. Okay, I gotta... There. Boop. And then redstone. Nope. That's not right either. You gotta remember how to make this thing. It's that. And then you put the comparator down. Hello, friend. Comparator and repeater. Pete and repeat are in a boat. Pete fell out. Who's left? Cast but a glance at riches, and they are gone. They'll sprout wings and fly off to the sky like an eagle. They do. Mine certainly do. Comparator. And then repeater. And then we can do this. Creeper down there and up here. Aha. Whoops. That was pretty. Not what I wanted to do, but it was pretty. That's not right. Okay. Nope. Yeah, it needs more space. Ah, dip. I don't know if I can do it on top of my roof. It needs a lot more space. I'm gonna try my best. So, move this. Move it one more forward. Okay, so it's comparator, and then that. We put a redstone line this way, and then that. I think I did that wrong. Yeah, I did that wrong. Is the comparator on backwards? No. I should have looked before I took it apart. What if I put this over here? Why are there so many bad guys on my land? Oh, they're not. Okay, we're good. All right, so if we put this here, and then we run the redstone like this, and then we go like this. Does that work? No. Maybe I need something on the other side, now that I think about it. Maybe that's the part I messed up. So, here, and then... no. Ah, crud. Can't believe I gotta look up that video again. This was such a simple system. Yeah, so I'm gonna you know what? I have a light. Now that I think about it, I have a light. Need more redstone. So put a light down. If I can get this correct. Light here. And then like that. And then comparator. And then I know this goes here. I remember it. There. And then there. Is that right? How am I out of redstone? Jeepers. Oh, you're not allowed in there. How'd you get in there? Two. Like two. That's enough. That's a lot of bad guys. I definitely did. I don't know what a comparator does. That's the problem. Oh, I can't believe I gotta look it up again. Pulse. Redstone pulse. How to craft a redstone pulse. I'll look it up on the side here. Forgive me. I usually make it so that take
things to the next level.
That everybody can see it, but I'm gonna pull it up. It's right. Where is it? Right there. Okay. But yeah, I got that right. And then it went here. Is that not right? Better to either pass through the strongest input or the difference between the back and the side, depending on whether the light is on. Like a redstone transistor. I'm sorry. I may have taken electrical engineering, but I flunked terribly bad. So if I put a dispenser there then, does that work? Awesome. Ugh. I am looking at the correct version. I really am. I'm not. Oh, it was the tick. That's silly. Okay. Sorry. My bad. It needed to be on 3 ticks. I wonder why. I clearly don't know how this works. I think I saw some redstone fall down here. No? Okay. There, now we did it. I made something in Minecraft that blew him sky. He did it for hours. And dude, Minecraft is what you make of it. Okay, so it's redstone and then 3-tick repeater and then dispenser and then 3-tick repeater, 3-tick repeater, and then another dispenser. Okay, now we'll go this way. 3-tick repeater, and then dispenser, 2 3-tick repeaters. Oh, can only do 1. Okay, that's fine. Dispenser. And then we can do 2 3-tick repeaters. And then another dispenser. And then we'll do it again. 3-tick repeater. And then a dispenser. And can I make a kitty corner? Probably not. Probably not. I put a dispenser here, and then I put a root that there, and then can I go this here? Nope. Also not good. I think I may need to move it 1 layer down. Like put it here. Let's test it. Eh. It flickered. But it didn't send out enough pulse. Why not? What were you making and why haven't you eaten? Oh. I'm making a timed firework device, which I made yesterday and it worked perfectly. And I thought I'd just be able to bring it over to the roof so that everybody be able to see it better. But my plan has been foiled by all right. It worked perfectly fine. Oh, maybe. Oh, I see the problem. Okay. So redstone. And then resistor. Yep. And that will go like this. Resistor. Okay. So now if I turn it on, that work? What? Just came to check. Hey, how you doing? I appreciate it. Animation Cat, how you doing? I'm doing all right. Came check by. I appreciate you coming by. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong chat. There, Animation Cat, who's on YouTube right now. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Currently fighting with redstone. Maybe it needs to be 2 ticks? I'm gonna look at the video again. Okay. Oh, the resistor touches it. Oh, maybe I did that wrong. Okay, hold on. Break that. Break it all. Everything needs to die. I got a little overconfident. I wasn't supposed to. I was supposed to put the resistor next to it. We'll do that. So it's resistor, 3 ticks. Whoops. Hold on. Resistor, 3 ticks. Resistor, 3 ticks. Resistor, 3 ticks. Okay. And then you can put that there and that there. And then we can do another couple resistors and put that here. Let's see if that works. Whoops. Yeah, peek, you eat ticks. I do not want to eat a tick. Aha! You put the resistor in the right spot and suddenly it's a good thing. All right, so we're gonna make that just 1 tick so that it goes and then yep. And then actually, I think if I break this, see if I can. I'm trying to be smart now. Not my forte. And then if we do three tick resistor or whatever they call it here, repeater, resistor. What? Repeater. And then we go this way. Make it 3, and actually no, we'll go here and make it 3, and then put the dispenser here, and then this. No, maybe that's wrong. Got to go face this way, and then this way. Make it 2, dispenser. Let's see if that works. I don't even know. No, it doesn't pull it from there. Okay, good to know. But it should go through the... Should go through here. So I should be able to go this way. And on. Yep, cool. Neat. Neat. So if we do a resistor here, 1, 2, 3, and then we put this down. Hold on, we got to make it a light just to see if it actually works. Does it work? Nope. Probably needs redstone on top. Yep. All right, cool. Can you do that with the dispenser? Probably. So dispenser facing up with redstone going across the top? Probably. I can handle that. Okay. Now we'll do another one this way. Do you need night? Nope. Nope. I can handle whatever the daylight or nighttime is just by switching the switch. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. And then, well, actually this should be 1. And then we put the dispenser on. And then we'll put the redstone across it. And go. Yep, that should do it. I wish it was a little bit slower. I could theoretically put a dispenser right here. And then it would go... Tut, 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 boom. And then if I do 2 more resistors... Nope, face the wrong way. Resistor. Let's do 3. And then put another dispenser down. Yep, cool. Put one over here, and then that could be just 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It just needs to be offset a little. Am I all out of dispensers now? I am. Okay, let's fill these bad boys up. Should work. My confidence is waning. Right. Oh, rocket. Good. Okay, I can probably just... Yeah, I think I probably have them all in my inventory. Whoops. Ow. So... right click, and then 64. Right click, 63. Right click, 64. Right click, 55. Or right click, 40. Right click, 18. The show's only gonna be great 18 times. And then it'll be less great. Should work now. We're going to count. Hold on. How many explosions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8. Ready? 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, how do I count? How do numbers work? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that is 7. Okay, good. Okay, I don't has the dumb. That was supposed to be 7. I can actually add a couple more, but I think we're good. It just only needs to be a certain amount, right? I should make a couple more if I can. Just because I want to fill those things up. Magenta dye, large ball, gunpowder. I don't have a lot of gunpowder. And paper. Yeah, just need to buy more gunpowder and then I can go do other things. You add fireworks for all the pyrotechnic people out there. Can't remember the name. Oh yeah, there's where you I remember. Yeah, you wander up and down the street. Yeah, I remember that one. Where did I put my fire charges? Yeah, I told you that future me was going to be upset when I did this. Over here? Crud. Maybe I used them all up. I guess I can make 31 more. You can't create tons of shows with all the fireworks you want. Oh, you can create. Oh, you're right. Okay, maybe I've heard of that one too, but I kind of know what you mean. And hold on, we're making balls. We gotta blaze powder. We need blaze powder. I know we have that. Well, that's that too, eh? Oh boy. Maybe I'm just going to assume I used it up and didn't lose it. How about that? Let's just do that. Okay. So it's blaze powder and that, and I think charcoal. Yes, that makes fire charges. Cool. Now we take the fire charge. And oh no, we got to make more of those balls. So it's use the ink, and then that, and the fire charge to make a large magenta ball. Yes. Cool. All right. And then I have 23 plus 22 plus 21. Magenta ball, magenta ball. What? Pink and oh, we got 23. That's 21. That's not bad. You know what? I'm okay with that. No, I'm not. Let's just go get some more fire. Okay. More gunpowder, and then we're good. So, large ball, paper, and then that. So that will make 23 large 2 duration magenta. Yeah. And if I put this in there, it'll make double. No, I think I'm good. Oh. Ooh. Doop. Cool. One more. So now I... Boy, how would you do this if you didn't have the shop? I know that Ransom said Creeper Farm, which makes sense, right? But that's crazy amount of... It's just wild how much you can do. Okay. That, 32, 32, 23. And then paper, large ball. Okay. I think I did it. Good. Now we can go fill them up and we can call it a day. And then go find something else to do. Jeepers, I don't even know what to do. It's all I've been thinking about for like 2 days. Yeah, Creeper Farm, they are dangerous. They really are. But if you build them right, you know, like with anything, I guess. Okay. Oh, there's one. Should be good. Yeah. Make sure the creeper can't see you. Yeah, there are ways to get around stuff, but it is inherently dangerous. Come on. There. I know that double. I don't know what that means. That it's flight duration 2 and it's aiming at a wall. Let's just assume it will figure itself out. And I have to TP home because I forgot all of my rockets. Ironically, nope. Okay. Oh! Oh no! It turned nighttime right when I went to bed. That's so silly. But it worked. Hey, that 1, 2, 3, yeah, it did 7. All right, that's so silly. I can't believe I went to bed exactly as it turned night and completely forgot that I had fireworks that I just set up that I should have been watching. Dumb. Dumb, 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 dumb. All right, we're putting the redstone away. Don't need it anymore. Plants. Plant. Okay. My only question is, what am I now I don't know what to build. That was all I could think to do. Now I don't know what I'm going to do next. I like redstone's fun, but like it is so much work. Duration 1, duration 1, duration 2. All right, so there's duration 2. We'll put duration 1 in here. Hey, Blocker, what up, dude? Well, I got my thing done. So I've got, if you look here, I just made a whole bunch of like rocket stuff, fireworks on top of my shed, which you know what? I thought it might look bad. It doesn't. You can barely see it. Like, what angle can you actually see it at? Like, even against a fence, you'd have to be looking up. And the only one that would do that is me. So I think we're fine. How's Blocker today? We had an interesting discussion earlier that maybe you might have appreciated to be part of, and it was about evangelism and kind of bombing evangelistic things, copy pasting them into people's chats. Is that evangelism? Is that effective? Is there a place for that? Or my opinion was it was just being annoying and probably like cauterizing their heart against the gospel. Flying is so fun. I mean, trains are fun, but like flying? Ow. Unless you smash yourself against the wall, then it's a little less fun. Going all right? Someone annoying too this morning. Got some stuff to think about. Oh! Did we have a, is it work stuff? I may as well just go build down here. Flying, am I right? I'm gonna try making a I'm gonna try making a picnic table. That's what I'm gonna do. I need carpet. I need some chairs. I'll need this. I'll need a couple trapdoors. Probably a cactus flower for prettiness. We can use these as decoration. I need carpet. That's the most important part. No, is it carpet or slabs? I made one all by myself, and I thought it looked really cool. But that was like 100 years ago. And can you hover carpet? I don't think you can hover carpet. I want... Right, yeah. No, I hear you, man. I hear you, man. I hope you figure it out. If anybody deserves to have some, have a break with the stuff, you do. You can almost hover carpet by placing it on string. Oh, okay. I wonder what I did then. It must have been... Because they were really thin. Let's cheat. All right. Let's cheat and go to... Oh, crud. Why is it showing the game? There we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Minecraft picnic table. Stop being helpful. Stop being helpful, Windows. Okie Dinah. Yeah, kind of like this. Oh, it's trapdoors with carpet on top of the trapdoors. Was that what I did? Must have been. Must have been, because it was super thin. So if we get some pink trapdoors, although we can't make pink fire. That'd be annoying. What if is there a cherry blossom version of this? Cherry blossom gazebo? Oh, how about with picnic? Okay. That's gazebo. All right, and here comes the picnic. What does it look like? If anyone ever hurt by earthly family, you have a heavenly father, and will love you more than any earthly father ever will. Heavenly brother that will love you more than any other earthly brother ever will. Heavenly brother even paid the ultimate price. Yeah, some people really struggle with their with family stuff. You'd think that it would be the one guaranteed thing in the world that you'd be able to, you know, aha, you didn't make it even. Okay. What's a picnic basket? Oh, okay. All right, all right, all right. Is that like a cake? What is that? I don't know what that is. Oh, that's a picnic on the ground picnic. I don't want an on the ground picnic. I need a picnic table. Maybe not even a picnic table. I was just cherry blossom table. Because it's meant to be like outdoors. Table umbrella? Umbrella. Yeah, this one. There we go. That's kind of what I'm looking for. I think this is the person I stole a bunch of designs off before. Yeah, she is. She's got really cool stuff. There it is. All right, cool. All right, so what did she do? It's like it's like a million trapdoors. It's always a million trapdoors. That seems to be the secret to every build. Okay. Yeah, that makes chairs. All right, cool. Oh, you put the signs on as the sides. I guess that's kind of neat. Okay. Now I want to know how you make the top. What's your deal? Okay. Yeah, obviously that. Oh, and then underneath a little bit. I like that. That's kind of cool. Trapdoors and fence posts. Yeah, pretty much all, right? All right. So that's the umbrella. Yeah, you put the carpet. Yep. Then pink. Nice. That was fast. And then put the cake on. Okay, yeah, you can. Yeah, all right. I can do that. Probably. I need more wood. Definitely need more wood. Chip log, chair slab. I have enough chairs to destroy an army. Let's go chop some trees down. I have way too many cool trees in my base to be chopping any of them down now. And I'm not buying them from the store because it's too easy, too quick. It's more fun to mine and then craft. The stuff like that's like redstone stuff, I'll buy that because it's just a lot. What's a good one? They all look like they're in the right spot, and I'm taking down a bad one if I. There you go. We'll do this one. Okay. What happened there, Sergeant? Oh my gosh, sure. Chairs, lots of chairs. Was that a quote from something? Why do I feel if I had to guess it'd be Police Academy? That's probably enough, right? Yeah, that'll make enough. I only need the one. Oh no! Oh, I see. That came from me and you. Fascinating. Listen, if you put enough chairs in a place, people, they're going to have a hard time getting around. Not great at flying yet. Not great. Now. I'm not even doing the graceful falling. I'm just wrecking my knees. Okay. Let's go make some pieces. So it's definitely... None of them are logs. We'll take some of those. All right. Now, how many trapdoors was it? It's probably 1 million trapdoors. But yeah, just honestly, how are they supposed to get by? Okay, we already have slabs. We don't need that. What trapdoors? Well, trapdoors is 6. Man, trapdoors are expensive. I forgot about that. So that'll make 12, which is nowhere near enough. All right, fine. And then I need signs, which is this. Oh, wow. I needed way more trees. I wasn't even close. Ah. Landing like a pro. Okay, I'm going to take you down. Any trees that touching another tree. Social distancing the trees here. They sure do make them wonky looking. That's a nice big tree. I don't want to mess with that one. Ew, that's an ugly tree. You must die. Really? Is that a real tree? That looks terrible. Yeah. All right, that should do. Let's use the power of flight. It's all so closely built. Like, your train station is really close to my stuff, which I know I'm not surprised, but it's like in so many other builds and so many other servers, everything's really far away. I really like that we're close to each other. Okay, that's probably enough train. Nope, enough trapdoors. So let's make signs. Oh, hold on. I think I just needed 8 signs. Like, I didn't need that many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. And then it was trapdoors, and then carpet, stairs, more trapdoors, fence posts. I need fences. Okay. Didn't need too many of those. Just 3, I think. But better safe than sorry. What else was there? Carpet. I need carpet. Gonna use purple carpet to match. I suppose that makes sense. Purple and pink? Sure. I don't think I have any carpet though. I'll have to go. I'll go look at my land here. Wool. two lonely pieces of white wool. All right, let's go find some sheep. I'll bring my shears. Let's do this Minecraft ways. Where's my shears? There they are. Let's go find some sheep. If I recall, this is the least habitated thing in the history of things. All right. Hello, sheep. Let me sneak up on you. Yeah. Gonna have a oh, that's fast. I don't need gray though. Sheep. Come here. Ah. Jump. Oh, we figured out what the what that build was that was on the other side of the mountain that had all the, like, the dirt spires. That was my daughter's library. You want to see it? as we search for sheep. Oop, hello. Ooh, more sheep. Let's go. Hello. Boop. I feel like there's a sheep over here. My instincts are telling me there's a sheep over here. But there's not. This. Look at that sucker. This is going to be her library. Actually, if you were on stream the other day, I told her like we could just like you could do it at the bottom of the castle over there. And she's like, no, I want it to be bigger than that. I'm like, really? Bigger than that? She's like, yes. So yeah, she wasn't joking. This is going to be a substantial library. It will contain all human knowledge. Oh. Okay, thank you. That's been quite some time that I have not been viewed. Not bad. I'm trying to be smart. Is the problem. I'm trying to make it so that I don't have a bunch of like dox myself or anybody else. And there's my other son. Boy, my kids sure like rectangles. He's going to build height. Like he's gonna make a huge. Protect some of it, maybe. But it's not my library, so she gets to pick what the knowledge is. If you've ever seen the owl from Avatar, I think that's what she's going for. She intends to be the owl from Avatar. I remember doing this before, where you try to find some animals and just there aren't any. Let's see if we can find more. There's a bee. Can't strip a bee though. There's a submarine. I think it might be made of concrete, though. Everyone, I found one! You are hard to find, sheep. Don't look at me like that. Another one. I think I'm good now. I think I should have enough. I have managed to strip off, let's see, 17 wool. Each one makes 2. And that's plenty. That's more than enough. Can I make it? Can I make it? Bloop. Nope, apparently not. Meow! I can't get out of the water. You know what? Fine, I'll swim. Jeepers. I'd like to be within eye shot of my fireworks anyway. This is actually a good spot to stand right now. Yeah, let's go. See if it works. Just a bunch of naked sheep running around, yeah. Here we go. It's not nighttime? Did I? What happened? Did it go off and I just missed it? Am I not within range? Huh. I wonder if it still counts. Like, do I save? Since I wasn't there, do I get those fireworks to stay, or does it just count that I did it? Sometimes it does that in this game. It'll do the math when you walk away instead of let it run. Okay, let's make some purple and pink carpet. Which means I need flowers. Shoot! Why weren't you working? Oh, did they break? Oh, they broke. That's why. Crud. I can't fly. Why? Because my wings are broken. Crud, crud, crud. Okay. What do I get for flying everywhere? I normally don't get elytra because I don't ever go to the end, because I don't ever go to the nether. Because I don't want to get killed, because it's all scary. So I never get an elytra. Okay. In here, I believe. Yep. There. Less scary when you wear gold boots. I disagree. Respectfully disagree. The environment. All I have to do is pass through the whoosh, whoosh, whoosh machine, and then I'm standing in an environment that makes me scared, even just because it's red. Like, it's... I have a massive problem with the nether. It just makes me feel bad. Okay, here we go. Let's do it. We should... No, I gotta go make these things. I forgot I was looking for flowers. Holy crap. I don't like the nether. Blue. I need blue to make purple, right? Some cornflowers here. And then I need red flowers, I think? Is that how it works? Let's just see if I'm correct. So this, I go red flower makes red dye. Blue flower makes blue dye. Blue and red flower make purple dye. Hey, it works. I need more red. A perfectly safe path in the nether, well lit, right? Like I'm not even there. I want greenery. I want grass. I want it to go whoosh, 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 and then I have to. Then I go, hey, wait, did I go anywhere? Huh. Odd. I thought that portal worked. That's a lot of cornflowers. All right. Where's the red ones? Just a land of blue. Oop, more sheep. Prepared to be naked. Oop. This biome only has blue flowers. I think that's kind of cool, but golly. Well, that's just disappointing. One red flower. Boop. Boop. Used all of my elytra up just to find 3 flowers. A duck! 3 flowers. Oh, a chicken. Hello, chicken. Oh, I see another one. That should be enough. I don't need a ton, but I didn't want to have to come back, you know? Smarter man would have just went and got some bone meal. But I never claimed to be smart in Minecraft. I'm lost now. I think I live this way. Nope, this way. You just could plant one and bone meal. Yeah, yeah, yep. Literally. Yeah, well, like, even if I went up to my my own land here, right? Like this is a smart way to do it. I go over here, I grab bone meal, and then you go and you just kind of find a patch of ground, and you go, boop. Which you could do anywhere. Like, you don't have to do it on your own land. Even if you find, if I put a red one down, does that make more red happen? If I go, boop. No, you can't do that. But I can go here. I don't see, only made yellow. Okay. If I take those two away, and I bone meal, it brings more yellow. Well, how about them apples? Red. Purple. No, I want to make pink too. I need white. Fart. I should have kept the bone meal. This is why everything takes me forever. Cheapers, man. Okay. So, we need purple. You know where there's a lot of bone meal? The nether. I have bone meal. That is not a problem. Thanks anyway. I only have 9 of these. That's so bad. Okay, we're going to do 5 pink. Okay. And then we're going to do 5 purple. Yep. And then we put half of the wool in there. And we make it pink. What? Oh, what? Did I do that right? Or is it you put the pink in and then you surround it by carpet? What did I do wrong? Oh, that's it. Okay, good. Oops. That was close. Okay, I'm gonna make more carpet. And put in here and make purple carpet. Now we need 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Oops. Alright, good enough. That should do it. I should be good now. Pockets are totally full again. It is 4:17 and I am done for the day. The reason I have to stop is just because I'm I don't know. I don't need to tell you guys. It just, life's complicated. Or I shouldn't have been on here this long. We're gonna raid out. Thank you for being here. It is very appreciated. You guys are very kind. And please do me a favor and tell a friend and YouTube and all that jazz. You know what to do. You know, there's never any of the people that I'm following ever playing Minecraft. These people just not play Minecraft anymore? What's up with that? Let's read Grippy. He's cool, and he's playing Peak. We talked about, somebody mentioned Peak. Well, that's all right. Okay, let's head over there. Thank you, appreciate it. Bye-bye. Oh, yeah, hold on. Hold your horses. We got results. What's the result, Shadow? Before I take off here, as the timer counts down. Let's see if Shadow gets the results in before the timer makes us raid. Tumors have grown some. They are about double. Oh, that's not good news. And okay, how do we feel about that? Does that make them easier to deal with? Debulking. Oh, there's a word. Tumor radiation. I'm sorry, man. I'm not a cancerologist, but that sounds like bad news. So I know that we were talking about shrinking or gone, and they're bigger now, so that's no good. I hope God gives you guys comfort, and you guys can, you continue on. Like, what else is there, right? Stalagmites grown from the top into the void. Okay, they can do that. They aren't spreading along the wall. Okay, all right. Well, silver lining, right? All right. Silver lining. Sorry to hear that, man, though. That sucks. Please pass along our greetings to Allie and let her know that we are thinking about her. And, she's, we care. I hope she does better. Okay. Oh, I do have to go. So I'll see you guys later. Thank you for coming by and letting us know, Shadow. Tell us in the, yeah. I appreciate that. Yeah, tell us maybe in the Discord more if you want to, just so we can learn how to pray better. Okay, bye-bye. Did we do it? Did I raid? Did I cancel the raid? What am I doing? I'm still here. That didn't work at all. Okay. I hit the wrong button. All right, let's try this again. I thought I think I confused the poor thing. There we go. Start raid. Let's try this again. I canceled, but then it had the join button instead of the raid now button. So I clicked the join button and then it went over to his stream, but it did not in fact join. So, all right. Try this again. Bye.